Who's gonna be first? Who's gonna be first? Who's gonna be first? Oh goodness. Oh my gosh, it's a race right now. Who's gonna be first? Come on, come on. We got this. All right, we got someone coming in right now. Who is it? Oh my god, it's Connie. Connie gets the first of the day. Morning, Roger. How you doing? You're second. Sorry, you're second. You know, and if you ain't first, you're last. No, I'm just playing. You guys are great. But thank you so much for joining right away, Connie. It's a good thing that yesterday we were just looking at our weekly expected moves and showing where the risk is. And hey, look at that. We're getting a pullback right as we touch the weekly expected moves. Don't we just love it? Don't you love it when it matches up? Don't you love it when the little percentages look a little bit better, right? 68% to drop from that level, and then bam, we see that level touched, and we go, hey, 32% chance to see something crazy, but I'd be looking out for a pullback, and boom, there you go. Doug TV, you're not late. You're here in the first 2 minutes. You're perfectly fine. Just so we get those daily expected moves for today, we have the SPY at 604.44 to the upside. Notice that the weekly expected move is right here. I will talk a little bit further about this drop here and 598.24 to the downside. All right, so going over to the Qs, we do have 533.69 to the upside, and we got 525.51 to the downside. Now, the key thing why we are leaning towards some kind of a little bit of a drop here would be because of the monthly expected moves. Okay, the monthly and the weekly expected moves. We're heading into the end of the week. Obviously, with today, we're heading into the end of the month with just a few days left. So this would make a lot of sense. Now, one thing I want you to pay attention to is if that is brief and then we end up curling back up into positive territory next week, we can still land outside of these moves. But another thing I want you to pay attention to is if we go make a stronger base. If we go make a stronger base, then we have to be aware that the 2 hour can drop down here and we can head all the way back down into these type of levels. I think the SPY would want to hold up better than that. Maybe we get some kind of higher low or something like that if that were to happen. But the main signals that we are looking for a strong base was a 2 hour divergence, right? That's what we're looking for the daily to go up. We're just talking about how the market overall is in a positive state. Okay, you are in a positive state at these levels where most likely dips will be bought. You most likely will see dips bought if you are anywhere above that right there, right? It's in green, but that right there is going to be important. The 5-day moving average is going to be very important here if we're going to get that retest. You notice we got very far away. This would be fantastic to see. The level that I'm paying attention to, well, I'm looking at that breakout area, which happens to be right at 5-day, maybe going up into something like 596. If we lose 596 by the end of the day today, you might be seeing that 2 hour start to cross down and we might go make a stronger base. So we're open to a lot of things here. We should be managing risk if we have to. This 30-minute is suggesting that going all the way down to these levels is a lower probability because of the distance between the center line and where we're curling over right now. So this could all be done today, right? And we could start to whip back up. It is going to be perfectly fine for the Qs to back off and then see if they can turn back up into positive territory for the next move higher. This is a little bit lower than the SPY, but still high enough on this MACD to actually continue the positive trend. Use extended hours charts or normal charts, I asked, because it doesn't affect the MACD look. It does, yeah, it does affect the way the MACD looks, Brian. Brian, I've always used regular trading hours. The way I usually talk about it, because people do ask that question a lot, if you have a strategy that you have built up and it is going well using extended hours, I think that's perfectly fine. But I would like to say that during market hours, I like the volume that comes in actually during market hours better. Sometimes I take into consideration the hour before open or the hour after the close, because sometimes those volumes can be okay. But if I'm going to do anything to do with like overnight price action, I'm just looking at these guys, right? And I'm pulling up a 2 hour chart. I'm seeing the 2 hour chart down by the center line. These are not the correct levels, by the way, for the SPX. The actual daily downside move for the XPX is about 6,006.48, and I think that's the important one to have here. The important thing is 6,000 for SPX. You'll notice it's different from the SPY, obviously, but a little bit different. So the important level is 6,000. If we can hold 6,000, look at that. We're going right down to the daily expected, or past the daily expected move to the 5-day on SPX 500. So if I'm going to do anything that has to do with price action before regular trading hours or after, I'm going to be looking at futures, kind of like treating it like Bitcoin or something like that. For now, I like this. This is where my strategy, I've developed it around regular trading hours. It works really well around regular trading hours, so that's why I like to use it, right? I don't want to change something. Now, I could look into it, Brian, right? I could look into it over time. I could back test it, and if it ends up being better, right? If I have some free time to go back and back test for a few days, and it ends up being a little bit better percentage-wise, then I'm going to be like, all right, I'm going to start using extended hours. But as of this moment, it looks like this strategy has been really good to me, and we're paying attention to the right thing. So, you know, our mental here is we're probably going to go retest a breakdown area. Let's pull up extended hours just to see what it looks like. See how extended hours shows like, hey, I'm going negative, right? And you see in extended hours that might have helped you this time, right in here, right? It might have cleared it up. We brought it up at this point because we were seeing some bigger volume moves in the post and pre-market. Now you're noticing, hey, pre-market, we're getting, ooh, downside move. Okay, awesome, but it's not going to show you any reversal signals. That could confuse me in knowing if this is an actual positive or negative trend. Right now, it actually is a positive trend in the regular trading hours, and that's what I've backed everything up on. 1 minute to the bell, martial law. Let's go. Big bounce at the open. It's definitely possible. Looking over at volatility, we are climbing here. The 2 hours crossed up. I think we do have some room to get to the level of about 17, right? We want to see that retest at the same time. That would be perfect if this could retest the VIX on the 5-day and then the SPY retest the 5-day at the same time. I think that would be fantastic. Mainly just paying attention to, like, if an hourly can cross, you see how close that is to the sun. If an hourly crosses, might be a different story. We'll see if it can whip back up. I like the 30-minute right now. That will be very, very good. And look, we're right on 5-day. So this is where we'd really like to hold up. Right around 597 for the SPY was the level that kind of relates to about the level of about 6,000 for the SPX. And you're noticing that kind of right here. So that's what I'll be paying attention to this morning. I think that makes sense, Ben. I just want to see if we go make a stronger base, right? So I would like to land both the SPY and the Qs in the monthly expected move, which would lean towards the Qs making a more downward move. And we actually get a lot of data next week. If you guys want me to, I can pull up some data real quick. Going into next week, right away to start the week, we will get the Chicago PMI, pending home sales, month over month and year over year. Just right away on Monday, we will get some more housing data on Tuesday, it seems, the Case-Shiller home price, and then more housing data on Thursday, and then going into Friday, we'll get ISM manufacturing PMI. Now, after that, we start to get more important things like JOLTS job openings towards January 7th. That's actually where I'm looking out for the FOMC minutes on January 8th. The FOMC minutes on January 8th is going to be very important. I think we have a moment in time here in Friday, non-farm payroll, pretty much that week, okay? So if you have any options that maybe you have till January 10th, I would highly suggest going and pulling up the economic calendar and marking off some of this stuff, right? Really looking into it, okay? How is the market shaping up around these type of events? Because I think that would be very important. The most important, I think, will be FOMC minutes, and then we could see some kind of move and then pay attention to non-farm payrolls and unemployment before we see what happens, right? We have to see what actually the market is shaping up to look like, right? Are we up in these areas? Are we down in these areas? Are we at a monthly expected move? Do we see reversals at a weekly? Those type of things will really help us out in figuring out which direction this wants to go. But for today, we got to give ourselves a pat on the back, right? If you are part of Patreon, towards the middle of the day, I believe, I put out a video just reminding us, right? Sometimes all I do is I just be a reminder, right? To say, hey, this is where that resistance is supposed to come in. This is where a 30-minute pullback would not be a bad thing. This is where it would be okay for us to pull back. As long as we're able to hold up at higher levels, we can continue to the upside. But if we start to curl down from here, 2 hours starts to curl down, things can get a lot uglier. So this was a great run. We should expect it to back off to remain healthy. And if this is not going to be some kind of base, well, then we need to go make it a base at this point. See some kind of double bottom. So this would be fantastic, right? I was able to take a few profit, leave some runners and stuff like that on IWM for now. Pretty much sold all of it except one contract, just to leave one runner there to make myself feel good. But if we would do something like this, hey, you might see IWM do something like this really, really quick. Now, I have marked off the line for IWM right here, 222.60 looks like the level for IWM to get to at this point. Hasn't curled over on the 30-minute like the other stocks. So very interesting. But we are in a moment where the 10-year, just so you are aware, we got a reaction here for potentially a lower high, right? We created that low. Now we have the high, a lower high. Can we break through that 5-day? Look at the 5-day. We have not broken through that in a while. So if you're actually able to break that, hey, TLT might have something to say about that. This daily divergence here for the yields might have something to say. And just so you know, weirdly enough, you know, if this is coming down and the dollar starts to come down, that would correlate to the market wanting to go actually in the upward direction if it has the correct correlation. And what are you noticing from the dollar? The dollar is starting to come down. Now it is consolidating sideways, so we'll watch out for a reaction. Now what that would mean is we're looking for this 4-hour to curl up one more time. Notice that is still positive. So this would mean maybe some selling does come in. We see some selling into today. And then next week we're actually able to, you know, push this back down, right? People come out of the dollar, go back into assets. So I think you have a moment in time where, like if you missed out on this and you weren't paying attention to our little buy zone, then you would say, hey, this could be my opportunity in some way. Right? This could be an opportunity here. This could be an opportunity here. This could be an opportunity all the way down here if we pay attention to the right signals. It's awesome. We like it, right? We made money. Then we paid attention to a weekly. What do I like to do at weekly expected moves? I always take some kind of profit, right? Even though IWM was not the best move in the world, I saw the SPY hit its weekly expected move and I go, okay, let me take that 75% gain and leave a runner just in case this gaps up and goes like that. Now we see it backing off, so I'm waiting for that 30 minutes to maybe build over time and then curl back up. Then I can get right back in the move with that money I just made on this little trade right here. Great stuff. Like great stuff, honestly. And I actually used Tina. But do you notice my thinking? My thinking was, hey, IWM. My thinking wasn't IWM hasn't hit its move yet, so it has to go there. No, my thinking was the SPY is at its weekly expected move. The Qs are at their weekly and monthly expected move. So most likely IWM does back off. And that's why I sold my a lot of my Tina contracts. I like calling it Tina. AMC gap down, trying to go to your target. Awesome. I really like, we'll get new levels, by the way. If you want to join the Patreon, guys, it's a great time to join the Patreon because at the end of every single month, we always say is the best time because you get the most upfront value right away. So we have daily expected moves that came out for today. So everyone on Patreon got daily expected moves for today. And then next week, we will be putting out the monthly expected moves. And I'm going to add something to it because it's December. I'm going to make you guys some annual expected moves to have on your charts. I think that would be a lot of fun. We haven't seen, obviously, it is a huge extended period of time. We are closing, as of now, the Qs would be closing outside of a yearly expected move. This is what I've used it for, this pink line down here. So we've seen one of those 32% chances, which means most likely, maybe we will actually land inside the move next year, right? So we'll pay attention to that. So if we make some kind of crazy move to the upside and we get outside of those moves and we see reversal signals, that would be awesome. So we might give those out. QQQ does have somewhat of an island reversal, so we do have to pay attention. I'm not saying this has to remain bullish, right? We're aware of how this can drop. And Dragon's Workshop, thank you so much for subscribing, and please make us a dragon. What we're more paying attention to is just, hey, is this going to cross a 2-hour, right? Is this going to hold that island reversal? Or are we going to see this be able to go back into the daily expected move by the end of the week? And then look at that. If you're doing this, and you see this curl up at the end of the week, where do you think you're most likely going on Monday? Well, you're most likely going to a daily expected move, right? So it's a very, very good little setup. Obviously, things can happen over the weekend. There's always a risk in every trade. But if I see this 30-minute get down here and then curl up by midday today, and we start doing this, well, then on Monday, we are very likely to see a daily expected move touched in the morning, which is very, very cool, right? When you really understand how these things move and weekly and daily expected moves can help you with that, you can make trades a lot easier for yourself. AMC gap down. We can go check on AMC real quick. AMC, it looks very weak. 30-minute is down. 2 hour looks like it wants to roll. I really would like to see this do this. 383. I would love for 383 to get tagged and then see that reversal signal. That would mean something good can happen. Let me show you guys one of these, if you want to call them meme stocks. They are real companies, but if you're going to see some downside, which look at GME, remember, we know where the fight really is, right? Every single time I take an option play for GME and it gets up to this weekly, I take profit, I leave some runners just in case. Right? I always am taking profit because the percentages are no longer with me here. This is where they will fight the stock. Now, this is fantastic if we close above 32 today, but you know, someone asked me, where am I leaning towards at closing? And I said somewhere around like 3070. 3070, I think, makes the most sense for me. Just because they don't want it to close above 32. They definitely don't want it to close above 35. Okay, let me show you guys something cool. FFIE actually triggered my short sale theory a little bit yesterday and fully yesterday and a little bit 2 days ago. So what am I doing with this? Well, I did that little play again, right? I turned like, I think I did a $50 play on Wolf when it triggered, and that went up by 1,200%. So now FFIE, looking at this one, looks like, hey, that could be a solid one for me right now. Oh, let me refresh here. Looks like up about 200%, but dropping fast. So, well, the thing with this is I'm not trying to catch this little move, right? I'm trying to see if this thing can go nuts, if I can catch one of those moments. That's the test of the short sale theory for me. So very, very good. I'm able to catch that, and awesome. But hopefully I can let that information out. I need, like, I want to say 2 more tests. If FFIE can show a bigger move than that right there, then that would be a solid win for that. Don't buy the dip, don't be a dip. And of course, Brian, thank you for asking the question. Why did we tank? Well, but we tanked because you went to a weekly expected move and the options market said, hey, that's the highest we want to go. So profit taking can happen here. People could say that's a reaction to the news, but all I care about are technicals for the most part. I will take into consideration some of those things, but if you see a rapid move like this, you know, it makes sense for option traders towards Friday and market makers to shoot this down if people were towards the call side, and people are looking at that towards the call side. So it just makes sense, right? For the market maker to drop it, it makes sense for people to take profit, both. It just makes sense, right? That's why we put this out on Patreon. So if you're surprised by it, maybe join the Patreon, because Patreon yesterday, we said that this was most likely to happen, right? It's not 100% going to happen, but it is the most probable thing to happen. And we actually have probabilities around it because it actually tagged our lines. Like, we have hard probabilities around it. From experience with FFIE, short play. Yeah, T-Maker, it's literally like, I'm doing $50 behind those type of things. It's just a test, but I know that looking back at things in hindsight, guys, if you even look at me and I look back at something in hindsight, just know it's very easy to look back in hindsight and be like, yeah, look how easy this was. Look how simple this was. It's a lot different when you add your own money, your own risk, and your own emotions into the play. And so that's why I'm actually putting money behind my theories. Yeah, it is, Maurice. It triggered the short sale theory for sure yesterday. So I'm seeing if we can get a pop. It's made a nice floor. Like, that's the thing about this pop. It's made actually a higher low finally, which I think is great. So I was able to grab that right in here. Very cool. Tina, look at that, 1% down as of right now. IWM looking like it's starting to scale back up. So very, very good stuff there. I wanted to check on TLT. TLT on the 30-minute, you notice that looking like it wants to cross down. So something key is going to be if this 10-year can actually cross here. It has, which would say that this is most likely, because that is relatively close to the center line, right? Not that much space. And we crossed down from here, we went negative. Well, we crossed down lower. Are we going to go negative? And that's what we'll pay attention to for this. This overall is showing me, hey, this has a good chance to start to roll down on the daily. That's what it's overall saying here, right? 2-hour divergence popping up, 4-hour divergence popping up. So this is where things can start to roll, right? Things can roll a little bit. Looks like they killed GME for this week. we might see a shakeout. I think you might see a shakeout. And the reason I was leaning towards shakeout was because of the looks of AMC and GME. I think these are on the verge of seeing some great price action. I'm just going to be honest with you. That's my thinking. That's my thinking. If you want me to show you, I can show you if they were a little scared of this yesterday, right? I can show you if they were scared of GME yesterday. And they were, because they fought the stock, right? There you go. So this just triggered. So this means if this is not enough, if the buying pressure right now for GME can supersede this, and they don't end up turning it back down with one of these spikes, hey, that means GME is most likely going to higher levels. Now, I won't get that data till tomorrow, but this is technically the short sale theory truly confirming there. So it would mean GME does have a slightly higher probability to see some good price action as long as they continue to fight the stock, as long as buying continues. So something that would be great for GME today would be a news drop. Something to cause this to go up would be fantastic today, because you're just now starting the true fighting of the stock at this level. I'm Marshall on my other account. Okay, what's up, Inverse King? Had to add another like and sub. Hey, I appreciate that. You guys, I'll say it again. Thank you, thank you guys so much. I just breathed in my spit. I just want to say thank you guys so much. Like I didn't know a month ago that me just saying, hey, I mean, I would really like to get to 10K. I love you guys for liking these videos. If we could just increase, and literally the likes increased by 15% over the last month. And look at where we've gotten in the last month. We've grown by almost 1,000 subs to try to get to about 10K, and that's all because of you guys. So you deserve a round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And yes, that was me clapping. It wasn't anything dirty. The VIX, notice that is now up by 12%. So right away, if volatility is up by 12%, what's the percentages for the next 2 trading sessions to see an update in the market? It's 2 days. It's two whole trading sessions where you have an 85% chance to get a bounce. Hey, thank you, Terry. I appreciate it. Dobler's like, GG's, GG's. So VIX going to that level. I think the most important thing is just to see if these things can whip back around. And IWM actually showing that. It's actually holding pretty strong here, not even curling down on the 30-minute. Now, we have a lot of time left in this, so I'm going to wait a little bit longer. Maybe we need to see at least a 15-minute confirmation to be convinced. I think you still have the opportunity to dip down a little bit lower for IWM, but yeah, it doesn't matter what I think. If that 15-minute curls up, we might end up at a weekly expected move next week. And the great part is you are very likely to tag these moves. That's why what you'll notice when there's like 3 weeks in a row that we close, like say outside of those moves or don't touch a move exactly, I'll say that's very interesting because like it's a big percentage of the time that you touch these moves. All right, it's a big percentage of the time that you actually go directly towards and test a weekly expected move. It's kind of crazy how often you do it. That's probably something I should have put in the full technical analysis course, but it's literally just like one sentence. It's like, I think it's like 70% of the time you're going to touch with these moves. That's why it's important to pay attention to those weeks where you don't. But when you do react to them, you want to be thinking clearly. Hey, we've headed up. This has been a great move. Is it overbought? Yeah, it is on a 30. We could squeeze, but my calls look pretty good value here. So let me sell a bunch of those. And if we squeeze harder, okay, I can leave one runner. And that's kind of how I did it. So thank you guys so much for paying attention to this type of stuff, because if you're part of Patreon, you should have known about this right away, which is fantastic. And now you know, hey, if it doesn't hit those weekly moves for like 2 or 3 weeks in a row, we're very likely to go to a weekly expected move, so you can feel very good about those type of trade setups. But IWM, look at that, it's already recovering. So fantastic from IWM. Just want to see, I think, because I really think IWM is great, guys. I do, because look how much this is backed off. This is looking for a good reaction, right? It's looking for a reaction up to, I would say, 227, if not going all the way back up to something like 238. Like 238 would be fantastic for IWM. Bought those puts yesterday. Dang, you took your AR-15 to those call or to those puts, huh? And you're like, I like it. Let's go, let's go, let's go. What is sense What is sense? Oh, ooh, great upward move. This is going to be a 2-hour pullback. Look at this. So this is why I like the second move. The first move might be difficult. There's not a lot of divergence down here. Very, very flat on the MACD, and that's it. So if I look at a 2-hour, though, I can look at this. I can see a great move, be like, ah, damn, when's the next one going to happen? Well, I don't care if this keeps going up to the sky. I care when this starts to set up an opportunity, reverts back down to the 5, curls up, ooh, curls back down, curls up though, boom, the trigger is there, and bam, to the upside. So, and the best part is, this happened on a Thursday, so if, I don't know if options are available for this one, but if they are, you can make a daily expected move and say, oh, we are there, and then say, hey, 68% chance to fade that today. So that's how we would use daily expected moves on Fridays, especially if I have expiration on Friday. But very cool look, and it actually gave a swing setup, which is fantastic. The initial swing is actually right here. It's just you might have had to manage for a moment and then see that curl back up, because I'm guessing the 30-minute curled here. There you go, 30-minute, bam. And then the 2-hour curled up at the same time. So that's great. When you have 2 time frames that match up the same, that's fantastic. 30-minute just got you in just a couple bars early. So it looks like 50 cents up to 68. Not a bad gain, right? Not a bad gain at all. 36% in a matter of a day, 24 hours. I like it. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. So for TLT, what we're really watching here is, does this 30-minute cross? If that 30-minute cross comes down like this, that might be an opportunity. The reason that I keep pointing out TLT is because what was here? A weekly expected move. What's up here? It's outside of a monthly expected move. So I'm looking if this can get a decent reaction, right? But I need some confirmations to happen first, right? I need the 15-minute to be able to curl back up. I have gotten a confirmation from the 10-year yield here, not necessarily on the 2-hour, but that rejection there is what I like to see. Look if it's on an hourly. So if that hourly can turn down, that 15-minute can turn back up for TLT, we might actually see this break that. That's where it goes, hey, it might break that. Maybe I'll take it before. And if it does, maybe it flushes because there's daily divergence. But if that can break that and then whips back around, I got to be able to manage risk. We're going into a new week. We're going into a new month with totally different expected moves. So that's what I'm paying attention to there. Mainly going to be looking at 30-minute charts here and 15-minute charts for the SPY and the Qs. Qs actually going perfectly down to fill the gap. I love that. Love it. Love, 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 love it. I really like that. Now the SPY, I would still like that to go a little deeper, but 597 is very important. What is it? Natural gas looks like, a lot of things look like the inflation play might be on. I look at USO, and I was looking at this yesterday on the US oil here, and I was just looking and I was going, hey, if that 2-hour curls up, that could be some positivity. So it looks like oil is about to go up. Now that makes sense, right? These yields right now at high levels are fighting these commodities and things like that, right? But once they start to fall down, then they have the chance to start growing again, which makes a lot of sense. Daily able to reject and turn positive. We had some consolidation in here, maybe a test of these highs up in here towards 72.50, towards 75.50, towards that 200. Would make sense here, especially if these yields back off. And so we got to keep our eye on these yields and see if that daily can curl down. But you are getting some inclination that the weakness for yields is there. You're getting inclination that the weakness in the dollar is there. We just have to see if this is making a base with a lower high. God dang it. A higher low for the SPY, higher low for the Qs, or if we're going to reach down a little bit deeper. Would I buy the QQQ dip? If I get more information, if I see a 15-minute able to curl positive with the first retest of the 5, these are the opportunities when you retest the 5, right? What do? We see a test that goes past the 5, opportunity, past the 5, opportunity, right? So even if it goes past the 5, it could be an opportunity. That's why we pay attention if it's going to curl up. Now here you actually had a 15-minute divergence. Here you did not. Here right now you do not. And we have a few days left in the month. I mean, we can close outside of a monthly expected move. If the signal suggests that that is possible, then that is definitely, well, possible would mean very highly probable to do that if we start confirming things back up. We are very likely, if we're positive, to test the high, go make a new one. We'll watch out for double tops. What kind of Christmas rally? Well, weirdly enough, Christmas rally tends to do stuff like this, right? It's right after or right before Christmas we make that base. After Christmas, you start to head up, you'll get one shakeout, and then we start to see that rally. That's why I'd really be looking at IWM. If this can really back off and then confirm back up, I really like IWM. If we look at DIA, you would say a similar thing, right? It's in a buy zone. It has backed off way more than the market. It's back in the buy zone. So if you can do this, that can be a great move. Right? Overall, it's kind of like this too. If you really look how extended this is, you probably wanted to see that handle a little bit for that retest of the 5 down here. Instead, we just went to the upside. So now you're getting that retest a little bit later. This is the first retest of the 5. We are still in bullish context above 597. Especially with the SPX. If that's able to hold above 6,000, that would be a good thing to pay attention to today, even if I'm trading the SPY. Any economic reports today? Some little stuff came out today. So we do have goods trade balance coming in. You can look at that, negative 102.8 billion. Retail inventories ex autos month over month coming in at positive 0.6. And the wholesale inventories month over month coming in at negative 0.2. And then you'll get some crude oil and gas things today as well at about 10 a.m. my time. So about an hour from now. But now I gotta see. Let me pull up my charts real quick on my other screen because there are a couple things I wanted to pay attention to. I really like trading TLT back and forth. I just really like it. Okay, so we just gotta see if this 30-minute can cross. It really looks like that would be a likely thing for TLT. Which means we might see the yields go a tiny bit up. I just want to see if this is going to make sense or if it's going to be the 10-year yield that tries to turn back up. Because you're rejecting on the 2 hour as of now. You had that chance to make that 2 hour move higher. Kind of controlled. We'd want to see that dropping off. Cool. New year, new me. Let's make this a good year of trades. Exactly. So that's true. New Year's is a great time to reflect. A lot of people do reflecting. I highly suggest this weekend, do some reflecting. Look at times where things were difficult for you. Look at times where things were really good for you. And maybe look at the conditions of the market and understand where you are better, right? Understand where you're better. Understand where you struggle a little bit, right? And then say I'm going to fix those things, or I'm going to do more of those things, right? If they're good things, you want to do more of them. If they're bad things, you want to do less. And really being honest with yourself and writing that stuff down can help. It genuinely can help. Like me, myself, I know, hey, I'm not a good day trader. I'm not a good day trader, so I'm not going to day trade, right? That was a conclusion I made a couple years ago, right? But if I'm honest with myself about that and I put that and I say these, and then I can write down these are the conditions that are good for me, I can look for those conditions and then be like, okay, that's where I'm going to make good money. I could look for the conditions where I'm better at swing trading and things like that. Well, during a squeeze, it's probably easier to swing trade early on. This is that early on period, so let's pay attention. Time in the market is better than timing the market is the advice I'll be following next year. That would say that you're going to buy every single month, right? So that's an investment strategy that they say it's like a 401k type strategy where you add to it every single month and they just buy stuff, right? You might be looking to do that. That's perfectly fine with me. You make your own decisions, right? But it might mean, you know, timing the market is better, or time in the market is better than timing the market. Well, you know, if you know a little bit more, guys, use the info. If I know a little bit more about this monthly here, I can make a better decision, right? That's all I'm talking about. I'm not talking about trying to be perfect or anything like that. But on the investment side, I am someone who says time in the market is good if the signal's good, right? Time in the market here. Okay, now every single month, 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 every single month. And from that initial investment, you're up at these levels, right? But if I'm going to start here, it's kind of a problem for me, right? I know more than you would say a regular person with a 401k, right? So if I know more, there's more responsibility. I have decisions to actually know when to time the market. I time the market all the time. But longer term, I get it. I'm sure this too. I'm sure a lot of people thought the same thing. They were frustrated. They kept trying to short the market. The market kept going higher and higher and higher, 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 higher. And then it went up to this point and they finally go, screw it. I don't care. We're heading into the new year. In the new year, I'm going to not time the market. I'm just going to be time in the market, right? And then they go, okay, I'm going to do that now. Well, over time, you'll see that actually ended up being okay, right? It's just, do you really think that someone was happy with their initial investment here? Did they actually manage their position size and say, hey, I'm only going to use 10% of my money a month? Or did they take the 100K they had in their savings, say, all right, I'm buying the SPY, and then every single month, are they going to add 2,000 as this is dropping? Once you add emotion into it, even time in the market can cause you problems emotionally. And then you lose 25%. Let's say you get a cost average to where you're right in the middle, maybe towards, let's say, well, with the initial investment, we'll say like somewhere around here. Okay, that still was good for you, right? That still was good for you. But emotionally, if I just see this and I go, okay, maybe I wait and then I'll do time in the market. Okay, I wait till this goes lower. Okay, now we're down towards these levels. Okay, now I'm going to start doing that for a few months, accumulate in here. Now I see weekly divergence. So then if you get your average down in these areas, that turns into 55. So just that little bit of info got you 10%. And if you do that with a bigger stock, say like NVIDIA, right? If you did that at the time and you said, this just rolled, let me just accumulate as it drops. Okay, my average is in here. Awesome. Well, NVIDIA would have been a great play. That's where the individual stocks can help a lot. Hey, everyone does it differently. If you want to try to do time in the market right now, hey, it's your money. You do your thing. I will never be doing that because that's not how I do things. You're an inverse trader? Time in the market worked great on AMC. Yeah, make sure if you're going to time in the market into an individual stock, look up and make sure that some politicians have bought it, okay? Exactly. Yeah, Bernie, that's kind of the mentality. That's kind of the mentality. And if you're looking at housing market, all right, so housing market, you talked about what 2000 what 2009 or something. There's 05, and you saw that start to go trend down. Actually, 2009 was good for home builders. That makes some sense actually. But right now you're like, okay, so with this type of look, are we about to see a housing collapse or a housing boom? Well, I think you're more likely to see a housing collapse. And that could take time, right? We could still do this. This hasn't crossed, but it's just if I'm going to buy a house, which is why I rented. So we're in the same thinking, Bernie. I actually rented at the beginning of summer. I started renting just because I was like, yeah, I don't want to buy a house. The prices are high. The yields aren't that good. Okay, so that's all I had to know. And then I just go look at this chart and I go, yeah, okay, that makes total sense now. It's just another tick on my box. Then if this goes like this, and we see the yields go like this, I can go, okay, now's a better time, right? You can do that with all your investment. You can look at cars. You can look at everything. That's the best part. Be like, do I want to build a house right now, right? Do I want to build a house right now? Well, that's expensive. You know, you can probably go look at lumber and be like, hey, is that expensive? Well, that's probably not the best ticker in the world, but I just clicked the first one. So yeah, we'll just see how these things move. And if that's what you're deciding is what you were bad at this year, I totally understand. I'm not going to hate on you for trying to do something like that. I'm just going to show you the risk, right? There's always risk, and I'm someone who's going to make you aware of it. If you make decisions unaware of the risk, I mean, that's crazy to me. TLT is starting to move. There we go. Let's go, TLT. Do your thing. You want to do something with that? I got to make sure there's confirmations that this is actually holding up. 30-minute not crossing, so that would mean the 15-minute needs to cross back up. About time to build a cabin. What are the chances that this is real? Oh, this drop is real? It is real. I mean, it's real. It's just what's the reason for the drop is kind of, I think, what you're saying. You're saying why is this dropping? Is it dropping because sorry, I'm far away from my mic. Is it dropping because we are going to crash is probably what you're thinking in your head? Or is it dropping because the options market wanted to take profit, because the market maker wanted to reprice in those calls before some kind of move to the upside? Well, let's see if their plan is working. Maybe the plan can be shown to us in some way. It's 9:04 for me. Maybe the plan has more time left in it. But you would say the dollar is starting to increase, right? That's going down while the market's down. As of now, starting to tick back up. So the PCC is not really high, making calls cheap. So I'm sitting patiently in case this is a big real move down to here, right? I want to be paying attention to that. Volatility is up 15%, guys. Volatility is up 15%, and this can keep going. But I'm looking for these type of signals again. That would be great. We got wham, you see a move. Maybe we even get down towards 12.12. I'm very glad I made that Patreon video. I sat down, I was like, I got to give some info. Just in case. I want to make sure. I want to make sure everyone's paying attention. Option premium stealing day. Exactly. Because yesterday, everyone was buying calls on all of these bars. So let's steal the money today, right? We actually gapped below the daily expected move for the SPY. That's wild. And we did lose 597. So if you're saying, is this drop real? It is very real. It is very real. You are holding below 597, then it is real. And you could just do this, and it could take a couple of days. But the best part is, on Sunday, when you come to the live video, or not live video, if you come to the YouTube video on Sunday, yeah, we're going to talk about some macro stuff, some other stuff on Saturday. Make sure to tune in for that. But when we come in on Sunday, we're going to give you updated weekly expected moves. You want to see where this thing is going to bottom out if we keep heading down? It's probably going to be wherever this line is. Because look at that yellow line. Look at the purple line. Look at the buy zone. If this is going to turn around and head up, where's it most likely going? It's probably going to go where this purple line is next week. And guess what? Next week, volume might actually come in. Whoa! VIX back to 27. Whoa! Looks like bears got too greedy. Things got pretty bullish. Things got pretty bullish. Wish more people saw that video yesterday, because, well, I guess, you know, that's the problem with YouTube. Like, the only time I can really post a video is after hours for YouTube, because I have to do it very quickly on Patreon. But Patreon, you guys should have been aware that this was coming, right? We said it very plainly. Like, hey, it could gap up, but this is where you have a 68% chance to come down. So the most probable thing, pull back, pull back, pull back. IWM, we haven't even hit the key level. We're just now crossing on the 30-minute. I'm still not even worried about this. Just saying. Let's go look at Tina. Tina throwing up, blah. Oh no, but where are we testing? Well, let's do our analysis on IWM. Where are we testing right now? Well, we're testing in one of those little zones for the breakout, right? That's why I have 226.60 marked off. Well, that's where I think the perfect test of the breakout would happen. That would be great. I would like that. The 15 minutes still positive. No really good reversal signals, just there on the RSI. Really coming down. This can really scare a lot of people out. But me, I don't get scared. I don't get scared. I'll tell you guys one day if I'm scared. Right? I think I've told you I'm scared before. And it's usually when this type of stuff happens. Right? Usually when this type of stuff happens. That stuff scares me. This scares me. Yeah, that stuff scares me. As it should. I think we got one more trap left in us, but we'll see. Right now, it looks like a lower high. We'll see if it's able to hold up. Sorry, Doug TV. What did you say earlier? Oh, I didn't see your message anywhere. Double bottom, I mean. GME filled gap. Let's go look at GME for a second. See, look at the wicks. We like this stuff. We're good at this stuff. If that weekly turns down, you're in a week's worth of pain. What do we notice from this? Well, you're retesting the breakout area. Retesting the lows down towards $4. Retesting the breakout area. I don't think they want this to close below 32 or above 32. But that's why I want some news, my dude. VIX is up 20%. See, people are getting real bearish. That's some calls being taken out, puts coming in. And we're just at 5-day. You might be like, whoa, that's a massive reaction. It is. Hourly still negative if this thing fades. But that's a big turn up. So am I buying right now or am I waiting for reversal signals? I'm waiting for reversal signals. But this is the perfect level for this retest right now. I'm up big on the VIX. That's good. If you're up big, what's a good thing to start thinking about? NVIDIA getting closer to playing that head and shoulders. Okay, let's see here. Now remember NVIDIA, what we were talking about with NVIDIA. It needs the retest. Remember, this could still be the look. Now you might say, hey, these head and shoulders play out in a million different ways. You can still pay attention to that. That is going to be something bad if that happens. Look where the 30-minute is. What if we just whip back up after the retest of 135? Nice inverse king. Yeah, inverse. You seem like you do this pretty often to the downside. If you're really good at downside inverse king, you probably make some good money. Downside is a little bit more difficult to play. So if you're able to do it consistently, you probably make pretty good money. And a lot of people hear that and they hear, oh, I should try to learn that. Hey, get good at upside plays first. Exactly, Silent Ninja. He was silent. He was very silent until someone needs to take profit. I do UV. Yeah, I think you were mentioning that a little bit yesterday. Shorted Tesla, that's great. Now, why am I going to say shorting Tesla here is great? Someone on Patreon might know why I would say shorting Tesla yesterday was a okay idea. Is that red candle on the 2-hour chart about to close below the 50 EMA? Then we can possibly see that double bottom on the daily, right? Yeah, I'm more so talking about a double bottom on, and this right here is crossing. That's bad, right? So we should be very, very open to this. It's not necessarily on the daily. I would say more it's clear on the 2-hour, but that is something I'll be paying attention to. This is why I'm not jumping in. I'm not going to jump in. No. I'm going to wait till this goes like that. I'm going to wait till it goes like that. We've cleanly lost 497, so it is very likely we're going to see that shakeout. Right? Very likely. That's why yesterday's video, let me look at the title of yesterday's video. What was the title of yesterday's video? Is a shakeout coming? Now, the reason I was saying, is the squeeze going to continue if you really read into it? The reason I was saying that was because I think it is going to continue. I think this is the shakeout. I think this is the shakeout. Whether it's here or here, I think it's a shakeout. That's my theory right now. Now, we are curling down on weekly charts, so that's a risky theory to have for myself. This could act a lot like, what was it, 2021, 2020? I think it was 2021, 2022. Was it? Was it 21, 22? Oops, I'm drawing again. Was it 2021, 2022 where we did this in December? Okay, so look at this. This is why I'm looking at it. So we just saw that big move up, and pretend this is where we just hit. What happened shortly after that? We ended up going down, right? So I think we saw a moment where you had a little thing, you broke down, that played out, you bounced back up, you play it down again, then you see that curl up into positive territory. And then shortly after that, we see something bad. I just think the timing is shifted a little bit more into January for this. So if we look at this on the daily over here, we go, okay, we've seen a drop. We're going to get another drop, right? We react down, little thing in here, react down, go back up, react down. Then we see the rally. Then up in these levels, we'll be a little bit cautious in January. And that's why monthly expected moves are very important, right? So make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you're joining for Sunday's video. We're going to give you the monthly expected moves. Look at the monthly expected move reactions. We get outside of it, bam. We get up to it, bam. We could even see an ABC move here that takes us a little bit deeper. Ooh, maybe a weekly expected move next week would be a good thing to pay attention to, because if this 2 hour continues, maybe even on Monday, you'll see it go bink. So we'd like to see on the 30 minute, we'd like this to go like this a little bit, then start to come down by end of day. We'll see. Just got to see what's in store for us. This looks like a big enough drop. This is dropping further than I wanted, right? 597 for the SPY. I thought we could go a little bit deeper to fill that gap. So if we don't react from here, then it is very likely that next week that continues. Unless I start to see the dollar drop off dramatically and the PCC go nuts to the upside, that's my thinking as of right now. The 10-year has flipped to negative, which means TLT starting to gain some ground. The 10-year has flipped to negative here. Notice the 2 hour rejection. Very important. That's lower high. Holy crap, I said it right for once. I kind of was stunned for a second. I was like, lower high. Oh my God, I got it right on the first row. This is still volatility we'll pay attention to, but does volatility going up mean it has to be straight down? No, it can mean just bigger moves. So we'll pay very serious attention to this. Daily is rejecting, so it is like, hey, pay attention to me. This is why weekly expected moves can really help you. This is why monthly expected moves can really help you. We have used, this month alone, we have used weekly and monthly expected moves, both of them, in both directions. We have used weekly expected moves this week and last week for like every single stock that we cover. It's pretty awesome. That's what you like to see. I don't know why, but stuff like that gets me pumped. I'm like, damn, whenever I see it react to a weekly expected move and then it plays out in the direction where the percentages are, I don't know why. I get a little excited. Gonna hustle now, money to made through hard labor. Let's go, Doug TV. Hey, have a good time with that hard labor. Work hard, work hard, work hard. Thank you so much for joining us today, Doug. When do I expect to have support? At the level we're at now for IWM, I like this, but we're breaking it. So if we're breaking it, I'm still looking for, hey, this could all be flagging, right? This is something that I was mentioning. This looks kind of controlled in some way, right? If anything, you could probably connect another one here on these highs and go, oh, it might even be wedging. So a drop would make sense. Why would you be okay with a drop, though? I mean, it's just a sturdier base. It's a sturdier base. So look at these levels down in here. Hey, 217.67, but you notice down below that we have an important level of about really where our weekly expected move is for this guy, but you would say there's a little box down in here. If we're going to really dip down, there's a little box down in here. We can see breakout areas, breakdown areas. We can see resistance, resistance, We can see gap up, big move. We can see support, support, support. This is going to be probably very important if we curl down on a 2-hour chart, which means IWM can go all the way down like this. The yields start to come down. Then IWM realizes, or the options market, whatever the market maker is going to do with this, starts to go, oh yeah, those are cheap now and the yields are down. Actually, IWM's a good thing. And then we head up for maybe weeks. Oh, the box. We love our boxes. Please hit the like button before you head out. Come on, let's support the channel. Peace out, everyone. I appreciate that, Doug, and have a fantastic day doing some work out there. Thank you for putting in some labor for the economy so that we can trade stocks like this. Genuinely, it is us, right? Whenever we're trading a stock, know that there's a person out there working that is a part of that stock. So it's important we pay attention to people's employment and just say thank you so much for putting that hard labor out there. All right, now I really want to check this on my other charts, but that is a drop. That can get people very bearish. They haven't gotten very bearish yet. They haven't gotten very bearish yet. Just joined. Why is Google and NVIDIA falling? So something that we like to tell newcomers about that come into the chat is just about weekly expected moves and how you see reactions around them. So we describe it better in the courses down there, but the weekly expected move, all you need to know is this is what I calculate and I give out every single week. Glory Gaming. So if you'd like to subscribe, I'm going to give you new purple line levels for next week. And what it is it's a 68% zone, not 100%, but it is 68% probable to land in this zone by market close at the end of the week, aka on Friday, which happens to be today. So what I said to my Patreon members was we are tagging that right now. So the percentages are, if you're going to see a squeeze, 32% chance to see some kind of squeeze higher still, but this move looks fantastic and a retest of the 5 would be great, or a stronger base would be great. So we have to pay attention that the bigger percentages, you're going to see some resistance here, either to move sideways or maybe react down to a daily expected move or the 5-day. So that's the simplest way to think about it. Now, if the SPY and the Qs, you're talking about tech stocks. So Qs, we're hitting a monthly one, which means by the end of the month, you can close below this line, 68% chance, 32% chance to be above it for the week as well. So when you have both of those by each other, you go, that is a serious resistance. Now, down when we were making these signals, we pointed out where that resistance was going to start, and we pointed out it was at that monthly, and then we got a weekly expected move. So there's just a ton of resistance here for tech stocks in general, and that's something that can easily convince you like, hey, if I'm trading a tech stock and there's any kind of selling signal in any way, and this is at the monthly or weekly expected move, and they happen to be at both, that can be serious resistance. This is why my YouTube video yesterday was, there's probably going to be a shakeout here. And that's what it seems like now. This is a very, I think it will continue a bullish move into 2025 later, right? We might have to cause some mayhem for a second. People got very bullish, it seems. We went from like almost extreme fear to straight neutral in like 2 days. Martial law production. Now you asked about NVIDIA. Let's go check on NVIDIA, because what did we say about NVIDIA? Well, we could see a solid move if this curls up to 141.12, and we got that breakout to 141.12. What did we say would happen towards 141.12? A healthy thing for the stock to do would be a retest of the 5. Now you're getting a little bit more than a retest, but we're reacting down to a breakout area, 135. Very, very good. Is the 30-minute negative? No. If that curls back up, you're probably going to take out this high, go make a new one. It's not, I think it will recover, but the real question is it going to recover right now? Is it going to recover later? And that's the question that no trader can answer. Like, if someone sees this hit a line and then they say, hey, this has to recover from here, they're going to be wrong a lot of the time. So what I like to say is get reasons for why this could go up. That is the whole reason you use technicals, right? Is to help you see if something is going to head in the upward direction. You're not necessarily trying to catch a bottom. So what I'm saying here is the 30-minute is positive. We should be paying attention to that first. And if that curls up, we can see how that could react to 141.12, curl back down, and maybe create some upside move with a head and shoulders. It could just blow past that. Now, what we would want to pay attention to next is divergence and things like that. So this is where we want to be watching. And then if that 30-minute can curl up, fan-freaking-tastic. But I'm not going to tell you this has to go up from here because it touched one of my white lines. If this could go like that, then we could say, oh, okay, if that happens, bam, we take back the 5, test the high, go make a new one, especially if that MACD is curled up. RSI gets above the center line, right? Price action looks good. If we go look at something like Google, Google was one that, ooh, kind of looking like it wants to fall off a cliff, but is it still positive? Yes. Where are you testing? The breakout. You're in that little breakout zone right now. So if this curls up, look at Google. It hasn't even made a great move yet. Now, this could be a prolonged head and shoulders, right? You take out that level, then you go make the right shoulder. So we have to be aware of bearish things too. If this curls up, positivity. If this curls down, bad thing. So you really want that to buy up. If you want Google to head up, well, you're going to need that thing to buy up today, because the more likely scenario, obviously it can come down and then turn back up, but the more likely scenario is you are going to head lower if this 2 hour is crossed and able to go negative. Does that kind of give you a decent mindset, Glory Gaming? Right? Anything can recover. But if the signals don't prove that it is recovering, then I have nothing to react to. Nothing. Right? This is why we pay attention to bullish and bearish cases. And we know how these things move, right? I just have a good understanding of how these things are likely to move. And so right now, 2 hour, if that curls over, we're probably doing this. And if we make that reversal signal, that will be the opportunity. But if we're not going to curl down on this 2 hour and we're just getting some kind of higher low, then I want to watch this 30-minute. I want to watch it go like this and turn up into positive territory. And I want that thing to get to 604.04 by the end of the day. That would be sick. But we have a weekly expected move. So it is more likely to see this kind of fizzle out, then turn back up and end the day somewhere right here. This is the most likely area for the SPY to end the day. 68% chance overlapping, another 68% chance. So this is the most likely area for the day for the SPY to land, but it makes sense to land anywhere between these purple lines. So what you have to do is you have to understand this very, very well. You have to understand these lines very, very well, and then you can make a strategy around it, and that's what we do in the course in the description. You're new here, so I'm not gonna like push that on you. It's on a Christmas and New Year's sale right now, but I want you to stick around, and if you have more questions, please ask, because I think that's fantastic. Maybe you can come in a few days of the week next week as well and ask some good questions, because that's a good one, and I think I gave an over answer, but it's just to give you some value here since you're new to the channel. I really want to give people a bunch of value when they're coming in. So volatility, now that we're reacting, where are we? We're above the 5, so this can get a little bit worse. No coupon code, it's just pull it up. I just changed the price completely. Still learning, exactly, and I think that's great. It's a great time to do it, right? We're going into a new year. So come in and ask questions, Glory Gaming. Keep it in your mind, the course is on a great sale right now. It's literally $100 to learn way more than everything I just told you. But I hate someone new coming in and me saying that. I'd rather you continue to ask questions and things like that first. Make sure that everything we're talking about, you can understand a little bit, you can grasp. That way you know, like, hey, I have a good mindset for this. Now let's really look at volatility and see what it is doing. What is it doing? Well, everything is testing its breakout area. Volatility is testing its breakdown area, right? This is something that we've noticed the market doing a lot these days. So you can't really do TA on UVIX too well, Lisa, but if you do see sell signals, it's usually a good point to do something. What I would just more so be seeing here is volatility. Understand where VIX is right now can be some serious resistance. You have the 5-day right here. This is the 5-day retest. You have the breakdown area that you're getting to, and you've seen a great move. So this would mean to me, hey, if I think volatility can continue, even as a good trader, if I have 10 contracts, maybe I would sell 5, right? That would be a decision I would have to make as we hit a breakdown area and as we see the SPY hitting its breakout areas, right? Very cleanly too. So those are decisions that you have to make as a trader all the time. Then if you start to see a 15-minute just roll up here or a 30-minute roll up here, you might say, okay, volatility is going to subside. How long out is my contract? If I'm using UVXY, I don't necessarily want to hold those contracts for more than like 3 days, honestly. Trading overall, it's like I'm one of those people that like works one job while also working another, aka trading and marketing are my 2 jobs, and then I do YouTube as well in the morning and stuff like that, and a YouTube video at night. So I've been trading technically all the way since I was like 21, and I'm 32 now. So 21, had a bad thing happen, went years and years, saved up some money, and then started again, just swing trading and stuff like that. Then 2020 happened, and it was around 2020 where I fully deep dived. I wasn't just a swing trader. I started to fully deep dive into technical analysis. And what I liked to do back then was I took a bunch of courses. I thought that was the best thing for me. In a way, I would say it was. But for now, I noticed that doing my own technicals, creating a strategy around my strength, not trying to follow someone else, is a good thing. And so what I did is I pieced together everything I use. And if you see these things as helpful over time on YouTube, you can go learn it as well. And I don't charge you, I paid like $2,000 for some courses. And I'm never going to do that. I want retail people to be able to learn this stuff extremely cheap. That's why I really made this channel, was to be helpful. And it would be hypocritical for me to charge $2,000 because that would really put a damper on a lot of retail people's capital coming in, right? 10K or 20K. Well, I just took 10% or 20% of that. I don't like that. So I really just try to speak very plainly and tell you everything I really can here on YouTube without saying specific advice on your trade. But yeah, technical analysis has been great to me. I always say it truly saved my life back in 2021. And that's why I devote so much time to it. So what I would like to do is grow my YouTube community to where I can stop doing marketing and I can put even more time into YouTube, maybe with more live videos. The only way right now I see doing that is by making a membership. And I've always been very hesitant making a membership. So I guess technically, with serious technicals, I would say ever since about 2019, I took it way more seriously after the 2020 incident. But I've been looking at stocks since I was 21 years old. AMC's going bankrupt, said the meth man with one tooth. Their business is improving. That's all we can ask for on the business side of things. But like I said, a lot of people don't know a lot about big companies either. Big companies aren't that profitable either a lot of the time. Right? There's a lot of big companies, especially early on, that were not profitable, that people buy into because of the potential for success later. And I think that's something that AMC needs to be, their company, the higher ups at their company need to be better about, is showing like, hey, here's what we're doing to improve things, and actually have it make sense and be like, oh, something that people want to buy into. Yeah, Glory Gaming, and I appreciate you being here. What games do you like? I'm a gamer too, so don't worry about it. I'm not as good anymore, but I used to be really good. QQQ, IWM, divergence. Yeah, this is breaking. If we just take a simple, say, measured move here, right? I don't like measured moves, but look at that. It's going to point you directly towards 215.58. That's a super important level, guys. What I'm going to do, I'm going to make a zone here for sure. Just using all of this. Look at these reactions around that level, man. It's so good. Let me see real quick. Let me do this real quick, Lori, all right? Let me see. We need probably, I'm gonna see, I like that wick right there. I'm gonna go this, and we'll do this bottom of the wick here. Right there. I think that's your zone. It's pretty tight, actually. So for IWM, that's where I'd be looking. If this 2 hour is able to cross, that's where I'd be looking for reversal. Now that can take a lot of time. Okay, just so you're aware how these things actually move. You can see a 30-minute move like this, then you go like this, then you go like this. That's when we'll be paying attention, right? This can take all the way out until January 3rd. This could take all of next week to shape up, unless we're able to turn around today. I used to play a lot of LOL and was Challenger. Yeah, I played in LOL League of Legends tournaments. I was supposed to play against Dyrus once. And then he just fell asleep and didn't show up in person. He missed his flight because he fell asleep. I'm thinking of getting back into it. I don't know. I don't know if it's the my buddies messaging me. They just watched Arcane. I don't know if it's Arcane. I'm thinking about getting into it. See, it was DIA and IWM that were making me hesitant the whole time, which made me sell very easily at these weekly expected moves. Like, even though I had IWM, I still sold it because it's buying the Qs, which is great. I got rid of my runner as well with this morning. With that big gap, I'm like, yeah, I'm getting rid of my runner. No VIX plays, no. I think overall, I'm still leaning towards this being a shakeout. I'm still, like, we're still at the breakout area. So I'm in no way thinking this is a crash moment yet. I have reasons that it could be, so I'm aware of it. That's why I don't have risk in right now. I don't have a bunch of risk in. But I'm just taking the upside play. I'm not playing the downside play for now. And then if the upside play comes again, I will play the upside play. I think we still have a moment where we could see a better squeeze than that. Oh, damn, that's sick, Glory Gaming. That's awesome. Mine wasn't a serious tournament. I think it was a charity tournament or something. I think I got 2 solo kills on one of the top ranked top 20 mid laners. That was it. That was the only thing cool to my name. And then I was like, all right, I can't do this anymore. It takes too much time. And my team got wrecked by that team. But I did really well. That's the bad part about League, is sometimes you do really well, but one teammate's not doing well, and that ruins the whole game. It's a frustrating one, isn't it? God, I still want to look at... Let me look at the pricing of Tina. I want to grab this for a significant amount of time here, if I'm going to do it. I don't think I end up doing it today. Oh, I like these prices, man. Ooh, I like that price a lot. Yeah, the calls got significantly cheaper for Tina. So what I would be looking for today, right? If we're looking at this intraday, and I want to find out if this is going to whip around, I want to see if the 5-minute gives me any kind of signal. Right now, it's very, very deep. Hey, that's what's up, Glory Gaming. Maybe we can play sometime. I don't ever have time. I have my first baby girl. She's 10 months old now. Kind of crazy, isn't it? She's about to be 11 months old. So her birthday is coming up, and she's already super tall, which is very surprising to me because my wife is 4'11". So I'm only 5'10", and she's 4'11". So I'm like, damn, how's she so tall? So I got to buy all new clothes for her. Here we go. So if this does this and this, that would be great. If it does this and this, that would be great. That's how this thing reverses around in the most likely fashion, right? We see some kind of bottom with a divergence or a double bottom, or we see this get a reaction here, and it gets a good reaction, and then that comes down and creates the higher low. I think that would be a great way for this to tell you early on if this is going to head higher. Girls high sprout fast and stop. Yeah, I think that's what's crazy about my niece. Every time I see her, she's growing and growing and growing. She's getting up there, getting towards those high school ages, almost. Me, you guys, I grew taller when I was like 20 years old. I was 5'6" or 5'7" until I was like 20 years old. And then finally, when I was 20, God gave me a blessing and made me a little taller, which helped with soccer, which was nice. But enough about me. So you'll see how deep these 5 minutes are. So what I'm talking about is just look at all the 5-minute big divergence across, 15-minute divergence across. You're going to make some potential reversal signals first, right? At least an RSI divergence like here. RSI divergence there, 30-minute turns back up. Then we get a higher low, and then the 5-minute continues in the upward. So we're going to watch this for a little bit here. Oh, mine's a boy, 5'10" gamer. Let's go, wiggle fish. Wiggle that fish, you know what I'm saying? Ew, that sounds... I don't like how that came out, guys. Let's delete that part. Don't clip that. Epiphyseal plate, if you're interested. Ben, I'm just going to say right now, I genuinely hate biology. I'll tell you guys a story about biology once we, since we have a minute here where the SPY and the Qs seem like they're just making these down. Let's see if IWM and DIA are showing similar things. Yeah, similar thing there, out of the buy zone now. Okay. Yeah, when I was, oh, hold on. A Wood donating $50 to the chat. Thank you so much, A Wood. I really, really appreciate that. Holy crap, $50. Thank you so much. Thank you for blessing me and my family this Christmas. And if you guys wanted to know, you guys remember Tina donated $50 last time for a massage for my wife? I bought a massage for my wife with that. So now I got to think of what else I can do, A Wood, for my family. I like to take the money from the chat that you guys do donate. I either try to put it back into some time for you guys or bless my family. So thank you for giving me and my family that blessing, and I really appreciate that. Oh, a pedicure. Actually, that is a great idea, Richard. That is a great idea. So thank you so much, A Wood, and saying thank you for the simplified TA. Yes, something that can really overcomplicate things, guys, is having a million things on your chart. A million things on your chart. And it's like, well, that's just going to confuse me. So we do try to simplify things here as much as possible. I do have a tattoo on my right arm that is dedicated to the saying of keep it simple. Right? The simplest answer is usually the right one. So if we think very simply about even a weekly expected move like this one here, we can go, hey, should I have all of my risk in the market, especially if I have expiration going on into this Friday, if we're hitting a weekly expected move and there's a 68% chance we do this or move sideways? If I take a call up here, is that a smart decision? Right? We're simplifying it, sometimes oversimplifying it, but thank you so much again, A Wood, for that. And you're getting some GGs in the chat. We like to see that. GGs, GGs, GGs. Did your wife get her massage? No, not yet. So we have to find a time where I can fully watch baby girl and then she can go get her massage without any kind of anxiousness, right? She you know, she's a mom full time, so she likes to be around baby girl. But I do appreciate that, A Wood. Thank you so much. And it is their first super on the live stream, and what a first super that is. So thank you, thank you. Best TI on YouTube. Thank you so much, Maurice, for saying that. You guys, that is awesome, and I appreciate it. Like we said, you can never be 100% right, but if we're aware of how things move, we're aware of both sides, we can really minimize the risk and try to maximize the risk to reward, right? The reward is the part we're trying to maximize. And something that can really help you is, a lot of people talk about technicals for a good setup, and then it's gone. They don't say anything else. So what we like to do is say, manage your risk, manage your trade, actively manage your trade so you're in control the entire time. That will really help you. Bounce on the NASDAQ. I think this is a level where we do want to bounce from. We can bounce anywhere throughout this liquidity box in here. You can bounce. Right? We're looking for that first 5-minute bounce as we are very oversold. We'll see if that is a massive reaction or if it's just kind of a fizzle, drops again. What if it makes a 5-minute divergence right at our buy zone? And really what we're getting here is still a higher low, right? What if we don't take out this? What if we end up a little bit higher than that? What if we just come down into this liquidity in here, right? Some good buying pressure right there. We'll see. We want to be paying attention to the 5-minute just because we can see how these things want to move going forward. IWM, I think you might have to make a base here. That's breaking pretty key levels. You want to be very aware that this is doing some interesting things. Where do you get a massage for 50 bucks? Well, I had to put in a little more than that, okay? I think the massage we got, I really like this place, and I think it was $95 for an hour. And then with tip and all that, you know, we like to tip and stuff. Miss my entry to get the bottom? I don't think we've missed much. Right, you don't see me trying to buy everything yet. I'm not convinced yet. 30 minutes by the center line, that's great. I want to see a good base. No matter what trade I take, you'll notice this about me if you've watched me for a long time. Do you notice how many times I say strong base? I want a strong base. I want this to happen because it can make a strong base. I want this to get a higher low because that would strengthen the base. That's what I'm looking at. VVIX, interesting daily rejection up. Let's go check on VVIX real quick on the daily. For the daily here, able to cross back up. That's big. That's big for VVIX. I want to look at volatility with this as well. Great move up. 2 hours still going. ES made a lower low, really? Gosh, I haven't looked at ES in a while. I don't want to break all that down yet. Maybe I'll look at that. Maybe I'll look at some futures stuff for the weekend for you guys. This is great. Look at that. Just a great, even retrace, you would say. This is pretty damn good. Right, let's see if it's in a golden pocket. Ooh, not a golden pocket yet, but you see where the golden pocket, I really would like us to get to here. That would be a great fake out. Okay, if this buying pressure's ooh, look at this little bundle here. This is kind of nice, actually. If we do this, that would be great. Use that to head higher. 10-year on the daily looks toppy. Yes. Very much so, yes. The daily here, look at that divergence. Now, this is great. I'm glad that you pointed this out. Let's think about this with some common sense. So if the 10-year yield is going to drop, okay, awesome. What has been moving directly with the 10-year yield dropping or going up? The dollar. Now, what do I want to pay attention to with the dollar? The fact that it's moving in tandem with the 10-year yield so closely, it's insane. So if 10-year yield drops, dollar will drop. If the dollar starts dropping while the market continues to drop, most likely that is going to be our signal for a bear trap. And then if that keeps dropping, that would be people really putting their money into assets again, possibly even bonds. Tested the Friday close, bonds. Oh, well, I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but yeah, it means bonds might catch a bid here. It means the inflation plays might turn back on. I don't know how to address you, money market. Oh, you can call me Lucas. Sorry, I don't know why. I just the financial side. I'm like relatively still new to it, right? To YouTube in general. Only about 1.5 years on this channel, right? So yeah, but you can always call me Lucas. I'll try to shout that out more often. Luke, Lucas, MMM. Some people just type MMM, and I know you're talking to me. But yeah, the important thing I wanted to get to here is I want to give you guys something good, which is this daily has divergence here. But what's the other signal that we're really watching for some kind of crash? This. Look how that looks like it's going to curl up, right? We only have 4 days left. But we have a daily divergence. So that means this might back off by the end of the month. And this might not cross, and we might have bought ourselves some time. That's pretty crazy, isn't it? And then this weekly might curl down. We might curl down for a few weeks and then curl right back up. How crazy would that be? The daily might even just curl down for a little bit, curl back up. So just want you to keep the bigger picture in mind. We could see positivity here, and it would make sense. We could see negativity, and it would make sense. We got to see if those things are confirming in the next 4 days. Here we go. Okay, now we're getting that resistance. See, we're below 5-day. So now you got to build that strong base to potentially get above 5-day again. At least that's what you would like to see. Luke, the Dawn. No. Death Note? Oh, dude, Death Note's fucking... Oh, dude, Death Note's so cool. Wait, Death Note... Okay, so the only thing with Death Note is I don't think I've seen... Sorry, we're talking about so much random stuff today. I am going to be live a little bit longer today, so don't worry if we're talking about random stuff and we haven't gotten to something that you've mentioned. Recovering now, I think I missed it. Nope, don't ever think you missed it, right? If something is seeing a big drop and you think you missed it, what I like to say is if people are usually trying to catch a bottom, it's very difficult to catch the exact bottom. What you want to look for are good signals. NVIDIA, This is very deep. This is why I'm showing 5-minute charts. I'm just showing on a day basis how I can see if this 30-minute can cross up. And all I want to see is the 30-minute going to have some kind of base here before it turns up? This has not crossed. So what you're saying is, if I don't buy here, then I miss out on everything. What I'm saying is the less risky point is right here. That happens. That's less risky. We talk about that because risk is a very serious thing that a lot of retail people ignore. So take your risk out and then we can look at this on shorter time frames and go, well, if the 30-minute is going to cross up, the 5-minute has to be going positive. How close is that to be going positive? It's not close at all. It's not close at all. So if this would go like this, then curl down and then curl up, hey, that's a higher low. This MACD might start to look like this. And then shortly after that, you might see, sorry, really zoomed in on that poorly. You might actually see the 30-minute curl up over here. But that's just understanding when that moment is, when the momentum has confirmed, hey, we are very probable to head up. That's what I want to pay attention to today. I want to see if this shakeout is done or if we have a further shakeout. And if we don't make those, this is a shakeout signals, then we could be in for some turmoil. And I love me some volatility. Let's give me some volatility. I'm down because I love how markets move when things are a little sketchy. Big moves. Yeah, Glory Gaming, we're never trying to catch the bottom. I'm not one of those people that just says, hey, this is a support, I buy here, I see it go up 2 points, I sell it. No, I'm more of a position style. I'm not a day trader. What would indicate the shakeout is done or not done? Well, let's go to the SPY to talk about it. The shakeout is done if this 30-minute curls back up. The shakeout is not done if the 2-hour confirms down and we go like this. Then the shakeout would be done if the 2-hour goes like that. We see this. We see this. That's when the shakeout's done on the 2-hour. The shakeout's done on the 30-minute. And by the way, shakeout being done, does that mean that it's 100% chance to be completely done? Or could we go like this? Done. This might have been the shakeout, but always be aware of the next trap. NVIDIA, Google, SPY, and the Qs. I'm pretty bullish going into 2025, I won't lie. But the difference is I'm bullish, but am I still being patient and waiting for the signal for me to actually risk my money? Those are two very different things. I can be bullish, but I can be, so here, I'll show it to you. I'll show you this. Because on the bigger scale, it's easier to explain. So right here, I can be bullish with this signal in here, right? I can be bullish while this is forming and see that move, and I can be bullish right here, but until I see that actually confirm, I'm not going to invest. And then notice we'll see pullbacks. We'll see pullbacks, but eventually that's good because this is a very strong base. Notice we never came back down to that base. Why? Because it is very strong. You have weekly divergence, you have daily divergence, you have 2-hour divergence right here, right? And if you've taken the course, you know what all those things mean, right? Especially if you even have a 30-minute divergence right here, you might have been convinced to get in right here like I was. Now, am I someone that has millions of dollars? No, I work 2 jobs. I'm very honest about my style of trading, and I say, hey, I'm building over time. And what I say to people is what helped my mentality a lot, because I'm not a rich guy. What I am is I'm a trader. And I'm trying to make money the slow way, which is actually the fast way. That's why we talk about it that way, right? The fastest way to make money in the market is the slow way. So making decisions is very important. So that means don't make decisions for me, right? That is a serious talk I had with myself where I said, don't make decisions for a bottom. Make decisions when it's a good opportunity. I am building. I'm 32. It'd be amazing if I was a millionaire. I'd be so happy, but I know that the game is the slow way. And if I wanted to be a millionaire at 30, well, then I should have learned all this stuff at 21. So if you're 21 and you actually take this stuff into consideration, you really understand risk management, you can be at a way better spot than me by the time you're 32. How often do you buy, sell generally? This market's been a little hit or miss. In a bear market, it could be once, twice a week. Like I could see a 30-minute divergence, see a 2-hour pop, and then see that go up, see it make another divergence, see it, and then make it take another one, right? That's a bear. That's when volatility is higher. In a market like this one, I more so want to see a bullish signal, and then I want to make a decision, and then I want to stay in that decision for a little bit longer period of time. So during a bullish market, it would more so lean towards probably like maybe 3 trade setups, 3 trades a month. During bear market times, it's like 2 a week. Yeah, well, you said 24/7. You guys know me. What do I do after my live stream? A lot of people who have been here for a while, what do I always do after my live stream? Do I stare at charts for the next 2 hours? Nope. I go to lunch. I go to lunch. I go to lunch. I go to lunch. I go to hang out with my family, my girls, right? I work on my other job a little bit, right? I do things like that. I don't want to sit and stare at charts all the time because that'll drive you nuts. And it might convince you to make the wrong decision. But if I'm early on in a trade, I will watch that pretty closely. Go eat pho. Exactly, Matthew. I go eat pho. My day job right now, physical therapy. Oh, nice. I've got one earbud in. I went and took a call in SPY January 17th. Are we turning bullish on the indicators? You have a good sign with this coming in right now that the selling might subside. Notice the last time the big waterfall of selling came in. Did you ever see that? Like genuinely, did you ever see this? I don't think so. I don't see it. So this is a good sign. Is it confirmed that this is going to go like that yet? No. You need to. I need to make a strong base here in some way. I need to see the 30-minute curl back up in some way, right? I want to see that on some indice, right? That's what I want to see, or a big stock, right? Nvidia, maybe Meta. Meta is one, maybe Microsoft, right? But they all have the same look. Microsoft's in a buy zone. Actually, Microsoft. Holy wait a second. Okay, this is great. This is going to be on an hourly though, so we're going to have to change things a little bit. But look at that, this hourly divergence for Microsoft. Me, I'm from Kansas. I've lived in a few other states, but right, I moved back with baby girl because this is a very safe place, even though it's the middle and there are some dangers, but everywhere has dangers. But the crime is not too bad here compared to. I was living in Atlanta, Georgia, and holy crap, I would see the craziest stuff every day, and that's where I was when we got pregnant, and I said, yeah, I'm not doing that. So, but this hourly signal is a good sign, right? It's a big stock giving you an hourly signal saying, hey, I might want to curl up, and if I curl up, that could be a strong base now. Texas, let's go. No, I'm Central Time. That's why I try to shout out like times like, hey, it's almost 10 o'clock for me, but I'll be like, hey, that's why I say I go live at the open so that no one's confused. Look at Microsoft. Looks good. If it makes a strong base here, if it just curls up on that 30-minute, you might see some upside. Oil news comes out soon. Yep. Yeah, so the hourly signal is this. And if you want to, you can look at this on a 30-minute. Look at the 30-minute. 30-minute, where are we? Well, we're right here. Let's look at this. We have a low, a low, a lower low, lower low, lower low, 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 in a buy zone. Awesome. Maybe I can even pull this up on my other charts real quick and look at Microsoft. Maybe I can see that Microsoft is down by a weekly expected move doing all of this. Now it's on a Friday. We'll get new weekly expected moves, but that's great. So 30-minute here, what do we see on the MACD? Divergence all the way up. Has that confirmed? No. Okay, but we know this, That's there. It's still holding the point, right? It starts to violate that, things change. RSI. Ooh, we didn't even have a good point right here for Microsoft. I remember us saying, ooh, there's no real divergence there. Now you have it at the same time. Didn't have it at the same time, now you do. Awesome. So if this 30-minute can get positivity, it's very likely we're going to reverse that trend around. And this is probably the actual bigger move. Now, has that confirmed yet? No. Will that take time to confirm? Yes. But it's a good look. That's why I'm pointing it out. Drove through Atlanta during Freaknik, some nice women down there. Oh, it's not a, like, I wouldn't say that people are overly mean. They're very different from where I'm at. We are people who, you know, I wave at every single person I see and say, hey, good morning, how's it going? You know, I did that in Atlanta. People thought I was the weirdest dude on the planet. Day in, day out for decades, all autopilot, don't stare at any charts, don't since 1982, and it's been awesome. And it is awesome. It is awesome. That's great, but just know these, you know, that works for you. It might work for your lifestyle. My lifestyle, I like to trade, right? It's something I highly enjoy doing as well, and that's the big thing. Looks like the worst Santa rally. That's, I think, what they want people to believe right now. I think this is still a shakeout. We'll see. Yeah, I want to see a daily signal from the dollar, Nazim. And it's going to take time. So I'm not like watching it on those little charts. I'm just saying, hey, if the daily turns down, people are going out of cash. What are they probably going into? Right? What are they probably going into? Now, you do have a moment in time. What if they say, oh no, we're going to have recession, and then you see that money pile into TLT with that reversal signal? I think we have one trap left in us to the upside before something bad happens. But, and yeah, people, most likely we will see some interesting things in January, but we just want to pay attention to the signals will tell us exactly what's going on. Like, every time. I kind of hope IWM keeps... Let's look at the 5 minutes again. Let's just do this on the SPY and leave it here for now. Got to make a strong base. That would be great. God, I would love to see that. TLT, gotcha. Thanks. Kudos on yesterday's analysis. You may be the only YouTuber who predicted this accurately. Yeah, and I'm just paying attention to risk. That's it. I could have easily been wrong. We could have gapped up. We mentioned that. But the more probable thing was to back off from here. Now, this is more than I anticipated as of now. Right, I really like the gap fill. I really like 597, but to go all the way down to here, now I think we have to make a stronger base. I sold GME, seeing signals Friday. Thank God, ready to buy in. But when? Yeah, see, with even with something like GME, and we give these for free, guys, on YouTube every single week, just because I don't want people to be losing countless amounts of monies. I know people are trying to do options with this. I give these out for free for that reason. I don't like seeing people lose tons of money in these GME plays. So this weekly expected area, I will tell you, when we get to that point, if I have an option, I do sell a lot of the contracts here, and then I leave those runners in case some kind of big moment happens. Now, looking at GME, when's the right time? Hey, you just reacted down to the 5. You did this. You're showing IWM, and a lot of things look like, hey, this is probably a shakeout. As of right now, we're not negative on the 30-minute. Testing the 5. If this can curl back up, that would be fan-freaking-tastic. Okay? Buongiorno! My brother speaks Spanish, but like slightly. But he has an Italian accent when he does. He's like, hola, ¿cómo estás? GME is also at the daily low, exactly, so you're paying attention to the right stuff. That's the benefit of having the daily expected moves over on Patreon, so that's awesome. I know, but it just made me think of my brother, because he talks funny when he speaks Spanish. ¿Cómo estás? I'm like, dude, stop it. So we actually want this to hold up. We actually want this to flag out more. Because if you keep dropping, that's going to be a very tight divergence. You want this divergence to get you close to that center line, right? Oh, Nazim, thank you so much for the $3. I almost missed that one. And the little character giving me a thumbs up. Hey, thank you so much, Nazim, for the $3. BlackBerry. Yeah, let's go look at BlackBerry. That's probably backing off as well. What is it backing off? On the 30-minute. Do we have reversal signals? Yes. So you have it on the MACD, you have it on the RSI. But it's down by the center line. It's still holding on to that 5-day moving average. And you had a lot of room here. So if that 30-minute curls up, we can see another good move. 2-hour, though, that starts to cross. It's leaning more towards 2-hour pullback. Right? Now, this 5-day keeps reacting up to here. Your 5-day is up here, just so you're aware. Right? It's right there on the daily chart, just so you're aware. Sometimes it gets funky between the time frames. So I'd be looking for the 30 minutes to turn up first. If that 30-minute doesn't turn up and it starts to go negative, you have to be open to the 2-hour crossing, and you're in 2-hour pullback mode, right? 2-hour pullback mode would mean what? Well, we're most likely going to react down to here or here first, and then look for reactions around there, look for reversal signals. Meta took a hit. Yes, it did. Meta took a big hit. I actually need to look at that, and this is where look at the 2-hour divergence I could have set up here. Oh my goodness. That would be a base and a half. That would be so fantastic. I would love it. Oh my goodness, I would love it. But the 30 minutes still close enough to positive territory. If that wanted to turn up, we can see some positivity right away. You're going down to where you broke out from, right? We pile up, break out finally to get us past 598.41. So right here and right here were where we were paying attention. We gapped below this one, head down. Now we're at this area, which is great. Sorry, I'm kind of drawing slanted. Yeah, we have to be open to this 2-hour making divergence here. You really want to be watching Meta, and this is why I'm talking about managing trades very closely for a stock like Meta. Now, the reason that I'm specifically talking about it with Meta is because of this, right? We're paying attention. This could not bounce at all, and Meta could fall through the floor because of this signal. Be very aware of that. But as this is holding positive, if that wants to curl up one more time and set a trap for January going into Inauguration Day, bam. Yeah, get a hang of it. Get a hang of it. Use low amounts, right? You can always use low amounts. Maybe say, this is going to be my practice fund. I'm only going to take one contract. I'm going to try to do it with 2-week plays using this. And I'm only going to put, one contract maybe worth $60 or $100 when I do those plays. And just really trying to test yourself for, I would say, 5 times. And then out of the 5 times, if you have to manage risk a couple times, that's awesome practice. And then if the other 3 just go well, you're going to end up with more than $500, that is. Like, this is great stuff. There's nothing for us to complain about here. There's not. The only thing we have to be aware of is you are breaking below that point of 6,000. All right, what did we say about 6,000 for the last week or two? 6,000 is a very important line in the sand. 6,000 is the whole number that most likely means, hey, am I positive or negative gamma? And so 6,000 is very important. That's a big wall of options. I really think a lot of things are about to pop. You got FFIE that's giving me the signal. GME just confirmed the short sale theory signal. I believe AMC confirmed it as well. I might go double check real quick, but it just means I should be open to things falling though and just look for good signals, right? If things don't turn up, then I have no decision to make. AMC hasn't done the signal perfectly yet, but it has started. It's the first inclination of the signal coming in. But today's price action with AMC most likely won't cause that too much. Go look at AMC, by the way. See how this 30-minute just kind of sucks here? 2-hour looks like it could cross. I just really want to see if maybe even an hourly chart can curl up. That might be the better signal to pay attention to. No divergence there, so it is very interesting. What if we can break this little downtrend on the RSI? That curls up, potential for a good floor. 2-hour curls down, most likely heading down, maybe to test the trend line between the recent lows. 10-year curling up, not a good sign, right? 10-year curling up, not the sign that we want to see. So that means maybe we do have more time for some damage to be done. Maybe these 2 hours are going to cross and we're going to go down. That's why I'm just being very patient with my decision making as of now. Tight stop loss on my SoFi and took profit. What a bad day. Well, I feel bad. That's unlucky, man. I hate to hear that. But at least you had a stop loss in there. And you're still above 5-day, actually, and you're very positive. You notice when problems happen, 30-minute divergence. No 30-minute divergence here, but pretty open to a lower high. So if the 2 hour crosses, that's where I'd be more worried. Or better say, if it drops more, it'd be a great day. Okay, awesome. Yeah, well, I would really be paying attention to kind of now. And we can just look for strong bases on these little 5 minutes. They're very negative. So most likely if we see a strong base on the Qs, you're probably going to start to see a strong base for other stocks. I like Microsoft. I think Microsoft is a great look right now. I think Microsoft's great look right now. I really want to see if this, it's a big signal. It's very big. You got to manage risk throughout this thing, right? Manage risk meaning make sure you're paying attention to the trade early on in case you make another dip down, because this can be a problem. We can't have more time in this, right? The 2 hour just crossed, not the best thing. But I actually like this look for Microsoft. It's showing up, right? It is showing up flat here. If that can buy up a little bit, it might even look a little better. I don't mind it. Let's look at IWM. Still positive. A lot of these 5 minute charts are what I'm going to be watching for now. And then we can sit and chat and hang out. Yeah, Angel. That's kind of, okay, good. I'm happy about this, Angel. You said, you know, you're like, thank God I had a stop loss. Ah, what a crap day. But immediately you are, you know, not letting that negativity get to you. Not letting negativity get to you. That's a great thing. Rowan Kitty gift box opens January 9th. Possibly. Some tin foil. Like some tin foil? I'll go get some. Make a tin foil hat. Now, with me, I've paid so much less attention to what Roaring Kitty does and more attention to the signals. And remember when we posted to Patreon that good signal for GME? And then an hour later, Roaring Kitty posted. Not on Christmas, this was the previous one. An hour later, he posted. Because it's like, okay, if you see a good signal, you can see upside. If you get news with that signal, that upside is great. One trade away from back on track. I like to hear that before the new year. Right? No chasing, just looking for good opportunities. You're gonna ride the wave up and down. Exactly. Once you understand, things go up, things come down. Things go up, things come down. Oh, bigger move down. Okay, it went up. Now it comes down lower. Oh, it made a strong base. Okay, cool. Now we're going to head up. Right? If we just think simply and we can understand the signals correctly and wait for confirmations, we're good to go. Manage risk and all that. I'm going to be a damn good trader, right? If I do it the slow way. If I try to make $1 million overnight, probably going to lose money. Probably in, you know, a day trade, 95% chance to lose if you're day trading. If you're good at it, hey, it's just, that's the stats. I'm glad you're good at it. I'm not, right? I know how it'll move. I know how it does it, but there's probably an issue with how I'm buying stuff, how I'm selling stuff, what I'm trading. Can't trade down because everything is already sold off. Good day to just sit on my hands. Exactly. We're just sitting. We're chilling, watching stocks together, looking for certain moves, maybe looking at volatility, seeing that 5 minute dropping down. Hey, if we see a similar signal on SPY, the opposite signal on volatility at the same time, we can make a decision. I suck at day trading. Yeah. Or you can just win the $1.1 billion lottery. Holy sh. DJT holding up. Let's go look at something random. Let's go look at DJT. And then who was asking about DraftKings? Is the person asking about DraftKings still here? Sorry, I just read that a second ago and it just clicked in my brain again. Who was asking about DraftKings? If you're still here, I'll go take a look for you. Like even this, is this like the worst thing in the world? No, not really. I mean, you gotta be open to this being a right shoulder. Only 1700%, dude. Oh, okay, Maurice, I see you. The 2 hour crosses, totally different story. Look at that buying pressure on the wick though. So if this 30-minute crosses up, what's gonna happen? Well, we can go make a new high, right? We can take out this level, we can possibly test it, or go make a new high. Now, if we get to this level, what's likely to happen? Probably resistance, right? So maybe we do this. Maybe we set up another point of divergence, right? We'll pay attention to both sides. And then whichever one happens, we react. Pfizer looking pretty bullish. And I thought I got out early on shorts. 1700%. Damn. Not a big enough gain, dude. Times 17. You know, $100, that turns into 17 hundo. All right, let's look at DraftKings though. Ooh, I'm already liking this. Okay. I kind of like this. You're getting really, really tight. Like if I put Bollinger Bands on my shorter time frames, right, and I go like this, okay, I'm really tight. Some move can happen. What's the 2 hour look like? 2 hour divergence. Now you did just cross down. 2 hour crosses back up. Daily probably getting a move up. All right, daily probably getting a move up. What's the daily? Is it at bottom Bollinger, please? Ooh, it's close. So you would say a reaction to probably the 20 is the first thing I could look into. And then from there, if the daily is able to confirm up, where would it be when it confirms? Well, it would be 1 day off from going positive. So this means a big retrace move can happen from here. I know this ain't going to be perfect, but a big retrace move can happen from here at the least. Maybe something to about $42 to $43. Now, why would that be important? Right? We just pulled up a fib. Awesome. Why would that level immediately be important? Let's delete that, keep my mouse there, and see what happens. Oh my goodness, that's the breakdown area. So you'd be retesting the breakdown area with that. If that all plays out, if you manage risk throughout the trade, know that this will see 30-minute and 2 hour pullbacks on the way up. It doesn't have to be one big bar. It can leak up to there over time, and by the end of January or mid-January, maybe you're testing $43, as long as everything goes smoothly. We always know there's risk in every single trade. That's why you have to pay attention to it. Ah, Rix, I'm sorry to hear that, but I hope you were on a good winning streak. I hope you were on a good winning streak. It is a tough one. I think it was tough to see, and that's why I wanted to warn people on Patreon, just of the percentages. What did I do? I didn't think this had to stop. I just paid attention to the percentages here for the week, right? And then I said, okay, if this wants to head down, it's a bigger percentage. Let me sell most of my contracts in whatever I have. I don't really care what I had. I just sold whatever I had. And then I kept a couple of runners in case that kept going up. Slowly starting to trend back down. Yeah, if we zoom in here, you're just seeing the 5 come down a little bit lower. This is not the type of signal I'm looking for. I kind of want to see this leak. I want this to get closer to the center line. This is not the best sign. You wanted to see this. We're not getting that. But I mean, more I'm talking about, this wouldn't be a good base with the signals and with the amount of space between you and the center line. This could still be a base, right? Very obvious that could be a double bottom, but I want to see a signal somewhere to help me out with that. I want to see it on the volatility index. I want to see it on Dow Jones. I want to see it somewhere, right? All I'm getting is on the RSI, which means I might have to wait to be confident. I might have to wait for that 30-minute reaction up. But it is a signal for potential base with the price action alone. Well, so here's what I'll ask you, Angel. What's the way to put this? Most of the time, is it really important for me to know the news? Or did this already happen and then I'm going to know what that news is later? That's more likely what the case is a lot of the time. Is this something I need to be paying attention to because the news is really bad? Well, if the news was really that bad, it probably wouldn't be trying to hold up in any way. This is what happens when the news is that bad. We have the line, we break the line. Oh, that's what happens when it's really bad. Right now you have sideways a little bit. That's completely different than over here. We never did this. So already I'm skeptical of this downward move. Now, I don't think people are towards the put side enough. The dollar is starting to rotate a little bit back down. The 10-year yield is starting to react up. Ooh, that's rough. But yeah, I'm just watching this. I'm watching this. And if that curls up, you probably got yourself a solid move. But we know how we could go make a 2-hour divergence. No, not too much. I don't think I've looked at that in a while. No, I probably haven't looked at that in a long time. I don't like the signals there, but I do like the daily signals for ADX. Yeah, very, very simply, real quick, if you look at ADX, you see a daily divergence here. Now, I haven't looked into this a bunch, but there is daily divergence. It's starting to back off. You can always go make a stronger floor here with a 2-hour divergence, right? I'd really have to look into it. What's the dividend payout gotten to on this guy? Dividend yield 2.61. Not bad. Looks like a yeah, looks like a decent one to get some growth and some dividend money. But yeah, I don't think I've ever traded it. Cool though. I don't mind the signal there. I think next Monday, Tuesday, we begin the curl up, just a hunch, and that happened 2 weeks ago. Yeah, and something you're also looking at in here is just kind of looking in the past and seeing how it behaved, and just notice, like, we've gotten plenty of those moments where you get a scare and then it just goes. Right, now this is a bigger scare, I would say. Right? Scare, then it goes. So I'm not saying it's exactly the same, it's definitely different right now. This one, not the macro side. I'm just saying, I'm looking for a strong floor here. The 30 minutes right by the center line, so I'm completely calm about this. If it starts to flush, yeah, I'll start to be a little bit less like, hey, yeah, that 30 minutes gonna be great. I'll start to more be like, all right, let me look for that 2-hour. If the 2-hour doesn't curl up, then I'll be like, hey guys, we might have a stock market crash. But no. From both of my dumb YouTube accounts. Hey, thank you. I have... You're buying IBM? We did look at IBM a few days ago, so I'm down to go look at that. IBM, look at this. Do you guys think this is trying to form a strong base? I think it is. I think you have the opportunity to maybe fudge around in here a little bit more, right? But if that 30-minute would curl up, it would suggest positivity. What would really cause this 2-hour to go positive with some divergence potential here? Not really right here, but you want to see how it's creating that floor. And Jeremiah subscribing again. Let's go. So yeah, this here is just like, okay, this looks like it's trying to make a strong floor. Is this good or bad, right? This has a bearish way to head down, maybe cup and handle. But if this 30-minute can whip back up, doesn't that look like divergence across, triple divergence on your MACD? Doesn't that on the RSI look like it held the divergence point here and you have a massive divergence there and just barely up now, but from that point, it's like it's still up. So I'm not even convinced that IBM has to break down. I'm more seeing, hey, IBM could potentially be creating a very strong base to get the next daily move up. What if IBM does this? Holy crap, that would be huge. That's the divergence. Ooh, we get rid of that? Bam. I don't know if this full measured move playing out is very likely, because that would be a little bit insane. Don't want to rule anything out, though, in the market. If I really make that measured move and I see a good upward move and I can take all my risk out and leave a runner, hey, leave a runner, because that thing's probably going to make some money if it gets all the way up there. But I think the important thing for now is looking at things like this. Now you have IBM. Okay, IBM's showing a pretty good look here. So what do I need the indices to show me to be like, okay, IBM can move up pretty confidently with these signals. Oh, maybe I need the SPY to make a strong base here, able to curl up on a 30-minute, and IBM will follow. Maybe I need that in the Qs because it's a tech stock. So like, where I can listen to you, pay attention to the floor for me. Exactly. Yeah, I'll be your second opinion, right? You're like, I want to find out where that floor is, but I gotta work. So Luke's gonna tell me. Luke's gonna tell me when he thinks, hey, that looks like signals for a potential floor. I know my risk. If I want to take something, hey, that's all on you guys, right? We're mostly just in this example for today. We're just showing you a little bit of like, hey, this is a little different than the waterfall of selling last time. This could be a shakeout before a big move up. Volatility is not down to 1212 yet. So I'm taking all of those things into consideration. I'm open to worse things happening. But if this makes a strong base here and the 30-minute curls up, where is it, right? Think simple. 30 minutes by the center line. So if the 30-minute curls up, it's very likely to go try to test this high, actually. And you just made calls very, very cheap. If the VIX 2-hour turns up, daily, weekly, and monthly would be up. Yeah. And I think you got to see if volatility can turn down. Even on this 30-minute, the 2-hour, look at that thing. It is going. Is it positive? Ooh, did it test the breakdown area? Yes. All right. So now we're looking for if it makes some kind of floor for the SPY. Very simple. That could be the double bottom right there, and you just start to see things rocket up. Now, I need some more info for this. I need to see, does a 15-minute look close enough to positive for me to make a decision? Well, that divergence was down here. That ended up being a great move, and that was deeper than last time. Maybe I just used the 15-minute. But I have to be aware that if I take a 15-minute, this could easily go like that and then be a strong base. There's always risk in any trade. Don't let anyone tell you, hey, this is 100%. Like, I hate those YouTube videos. It says like 100% to 10x your money over the next 2 years. That's a bad statement. That is a bad video to be watching. Trigger the close. I used the 30-minute strike, but didn't take the trade. I didn't see a good solid 30-minute divergence play here. You could maybe convince yourself it's on the RSI. The only reason that I mentioned it, and I believe I pulled up 5-minute chart, the only reason I was mentioning it was because of all the 5-minute weakness here. See all the 5-minute weakness coming in at the weekly expected move? You don't really want to see that, and you want to be able to hold sideways. Then you can firm up, and you're like, oh, okay, we're going to hold. But look at the end of the day. Then you cross down. So with this 5-minute even, you know the risk is that you're going to curl down the 30-minute chart. That's why I made my YouTube video, right? I made it before these little bars in here. I made it on the first inclination that there was weakness towards the weekly expected move. Now, 5 minutes can go wrong on you all the time. That's why I said we could still just gap up tomorrow. But the more probable thing is to pull back. Oh my goodness. 10:15 is the market makes a move right after. So let's see if it happens today. Let's see. Yeah, I know. That's kind of my time I have to get off, but this looks pretty good. I don't mind it. I just want to see if it pops up in the Qs. IWM. See, IWM's actually showing it. I actually like that. Trying to see if I want to do something with this. But I don't know if I'll make it based on the 5-minute chart. I really need to see that 30-minute move higher. 2-hour hasn't crossed. 2-hour hasn't crossed. 2-hour hasn't crossed. Puts growing a little bit. Volatility looking like a rejection in some way. Dollar starting to come off even more. 10-year yield starting to come off even more. Yeah, it could just be a test of the breakout. This is why I usually don't draw wedges on these little things, right? Because all it probably was is this. Let's see. right? Technicals change all the time. Oh, look, if we ignore the wick, if we ignore the... That's why I just pay attention and be like, okay, what does it look like to me? Looks like to me we have potential to break down in some way. If this 30-minute can curl up, we have a chance to get rid of those signals if we really break through this, right? We break through these highs. Why is Sneaky Alpha saying inflation is turning sticky? Well, if you think about bond traders or bonds in general, bonds have thought that inflation was a big problem for the last big period, like longer period of time. That's why rates are up right now. Rates are up while we've cut ever since September. The first cut there in September. We've had multiple cuts since then. Well, what has happened to yields? You have a moment in time where I think the weirdest thing in history has played out, where they have cut by 100 basis points, but the actual rates are up 100 basis points. That is weird. I will just say that. That is strange. I wonder if we have to make a stronger floor here. I really like the IWM play. That's why I'm paying attention to it. Sold my SQQQ from Thursday for a 5% gain. Congratulations, Sid. Top percentage chart, but didn't take the trade. Sorry, let me make sure I really answered that, Jeff. I'm sorry about that. Did you enter trigger at close? But okay, so yes, the trigger was technically at the close. If that was one of those times where volatility was higher and we were in a bear market and I saw that, Jeff, then I would have taken it. But you have to remember, volatility was actually relatively low with that signal. Relatively low, right? Maybe if we were above my 1683 line and we made that signal that I was talking about on the 5-minute, I would maybe look into that to take that for a very short-term trade, like take a 2-week option, sell it in a day or two, or sell it the next day, right? Kind of like how I do a day trade if I want to. But since volatility wasn't as high, I wasn't necessarily the most convinced. Yeah, that's kind of how I treat it. Starting to turn up. Meta on the move. I want to look at Microsoft. Man. This will confirm late. This will confirm a little later. But if it breaks out of that zone, I really like it. Now, on the shorter time frames, obviously, you can see a lot of stuff. But I'm just saying, I don't mind this look at all. This means you could see a daily move from Microsoft for a while. And we get new monthly expected moves. So still got to be open to a stronger floor at all times while we are negative, right? We are technically negative on this 30-minute. We technically do have a 5-minute that has not created the best divergence, but you have it on the RSI, right? Where'd you make it here? On the RSI. Where'd you make it here? On the RSI. Where'd you make it over here? Almost on the RSI. Not quite. So we're watching. This could easily be this, guys. Falls down into here. But we're chilling. You have Microsoft called already? Oh, Jesus, man. Oh, God, you guys are just ballsier than me, aren't you? This is the flagging that could be taking place, just so you're aware. Like, the 5-minute can do this for a while today. Then we can see that. And then this little move here could be the next one that actually goes up, right? These are 5 minutes. I want to see if those 2 hours are fully crossed. Right now, Microsoft, you got to be a little cautious. The 2 hours crossed. I'm going to tell you to be cautious, but also say it looks like it's trying to make some kind of base on the 30 minutes. So if this thing can curl back up, I like it. AMC, still trying. GME, trying to get that reaction off the 5. It's great. Now you do have 30-minute divergence kind of here. 2 hour on the RSI. So you do not want the 2 hour to cross, that's for sure. Let's look at NVIDIA. Ooh, look at that. Higher low. Little bit on the 5-minute. 30-minute looking like what? Might want to curl up into positive territory. Isn't that crazy? Look like a big George W. Bush. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. That was cringe. Sorry, I gotta stop saying that. It was fun yesterday. It's dead now. The joke's dead. Palantir. Not the best reversal signals up here. Even Palantir, I think, could catch a bid here. Now, Palantir, I'd watch out for that, right? But this thing has just trailed up for a long time. Daily not able to cross. You might have bought yourself a little bit here for Palantir. That's crazy to me. The daily rejects. I want that to unreject by the end of the day, or else it does look a little risky going into next week. TLT, something I'd be paying attention to here is the 30-minute dip down. Awesome. All right, that means yields might actually go higher for a moment. Let's look at those in a moment here. See that yield trying to react off of the 5-day. We'll see if that breaks below there. That's going to be important. But for TLT here, if this does this, that would be kind of good. Right? Really confirm this. Really be like, hey, okay, I'm going down. I'm tapering this way. I'm tapering this way, right? I'm tapering across, and then make that floor. Right, this is a floor that if you put your little skateboard on, it would slide right down. This is a floor that if you put your skateboard on, it would slide across. This is a floor if you put your skateboard on, it might stay pretty stable, right? So that seems like a better floor for price action. We'll see. Still just want to see if that 10-year turns down. It probably needs some data. That's the problem. VIX really looking rejecting here. But man, calls and stuff got real cheap there. I do have a Widow skateboard. Oh, which one, Freehander? Sorry, I just talked. Oh, Palantir. I think Palantir is overpriced. It is. It is. And only insiders have only been selling that stock for the last like 3 months. That is one I truly believe a lot of retail are holding that up. I think I'm hoping it doesn't go down. I'm not a Palantir hater. I actually think it could do great things. Maybe it has a short seller problem. Who knows? Weemy! Didn't someone have me look at this yesterday? Or a couple days ago? What was that? That was today? Bam! Hey, 30-minute never crossed down. Let's look at this 2-hour. 2-hour never crossed down. Damn! That's solid. 30 minutes swing up and you never go back down. Hey, that's solid. Hold the 5, hold the 5. Bam! Now, this is one that I would see as very sporadic and risky, but if you took this, you got some balls, and that's awesome. Congratulations. ¿Dónde está el puts? Los puts. Where are the puts? Puts ain't in yet, which is very interesting to me, but the pricing got so much better, I feel like. I'm looking at the price, I'm like, it's better. I think what you need is one more little... I still want to see if this makes a stronger base for these guys. We're still getting rejection off of that 2260 that I pointed out. So we got to be aware that this can go bup, 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 then do that. Really fake people out. They probably want to scare people to the put side. But maybe they don't have to. Let's go look at the Max Payne. We'll go look at Max Payne. Sorry if I missed your chat for a moment here. This SPY going into today, you have a 1.08 put to call ratio. Your put wall is actually at that 600, so that's why you're going to flush there. Next put wall actually sitting at 590, so they definitely don't want to lose this today. All the way down here. The call wall sitting around 605 to 606. So we see very plainly the important level. All right. The important level is going to be the first put wall today. When you lost that first put wall, you gapped below it. What happens? Selling continued. So now we know, again, 600 is very important. So can we take back 600 by the end of the day? Do we need a strong base to do that? Let's look at the Qs. Qs, whoa, a little sporadic there, but Qs, 1.53 put to call ratio to open up the day. Looks like the big put walls start at 520, bigger one at 515, but 520. You lose 525, bad things happen. We gapped below 525. And then we continued actually past 525. We gapped to about 526, went past it. Bad things happen. All right, awesome, great, fantastic. Now we know that 520 is the key level. Where do we bounce from? Well, just underneath 520 to take it back. So since we are taking back 520, we'll see what happens. That's a good sign. Still want to be open to a stronger base than even what we have now, even with this little higher low, right? I still want to be open. Still controlled. Still controlled. Once it goes uncontrolled, you're going to probably see a V shape if it gets uncontrolled. Let's go look at IWM since we've been paying attention to that today. We're just looking at the indices. IWM has a huge amount of calls, actually. So did it hold up at 220? 220 is what it didn't want to break. So since IWM's not breaking 220, if it does, that's a little scary, right? But a lot of people had calls all the way up at 242. Very interesting, because that's my line. But very interesting to have calls for a, what, 10% move in one day? Interesting. Do we have a double top or a double bottom? Double top, double bottom, double top, double bottom. All right, what's up? Look at the weekly. Yes, the weekly is turning down. The weekly is turning down. Yes. The weekly is turning down. There is some problems with this weekly turn down, just so you're aware. Okay, I want to point out the fact that this can be a bad signal. If we close below the 9 and this is a negative bar, that is the actual trigger, right? What do we have right now? We have a positive bar testing the 9 right now. So if we end up going like this, this is not going to be a good signal. It's going to be a lot like this one. It looks really bad, but it did not close below the 9. We have to be very serious, and we need all of the things to add up here. That's when I will say, hey, I'm really leaning towards this heading down over time and breaking the channel. Right? Doing something like this, getting that reaction up, then reacting back down. Just because that's how things like to move. So we're paying attention to this 30-minute very seriously because we want to see, hey, if we get some buying back up, are we going to get rid of that signal? So I'm glad you pointed it out. That is a massive problem, and it should, especially if you're an investor, that's the signal that should give you a little scare. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's definitely the signal where it should give me a little scare. What were the other ones? Someone brought up XLE. I think I wanted to look at XLF. XLE, look at this on the 2-hour. Bam. Do you think that's a strong, strong, strong base just yet? Not necessarily. Now, we've made these slightly strong bases, right? Only on the RSI, but we have not... I guess you do see it a little bit there. But as it's not on the MACD at the same time, we're getting close to the center line, and it's kind of wedging out a little bit. It's not just up. It's kind of, you know, a little bit more controlled, I would say. I have to be aware that this can cross down. So maybe I want to look at a 30-minute, and if I see divergence or anything like that, I need to be open to this thing heading back down for XLE. I just see a flat one on the MACD, not the RSI. It's great. Do it, right? Remember the skateboard? What? What? I'm just saying be open to this happening. Maybe a little bit deeper, right? Maybe we just taper like this again. And then if the daily curls up, hey, daily momentum can take over, right? Daily momentum can take over. You know how to manage risk in a swing trade. You know that you're probably going to run into problems up towards that 200 if you get a very extended move. So just watch out for the 200 then. Now, XLF is interesting. Now, the reason that this is interesting is because this could be a simple daily turn up. Now, we look at this and we go, ooh, that's kind of curvy, right? Look at the 2-hour, rather controlled. So wouldn't this be nice? Everyone hates XLF. Everyone hates financials. Boom. And then what happens here? Oh, those yields that have been going up while this goes down, maybe they start to come down. And then those go in opposite directions. We're just paying attention to how these things move. And if we make strong bases, that's when we really start to make decisions. Look at that 2 hour. It's like asking. It's like, God, I want to cross down. I want to cross down. I want to cross down. 30-minute hasn't confirmed up yet. Said 28% pullback in January. Very possible. He's overall bullish on the Trump trade, but he thinks we're going to go through a little bit of pain early on. I did watch that interview, Sid. Zoom out on the 4 hour on the SPY. Oh, shoot. There we go. Yeah. You still have the potential to have that head and shoulders. That's why we're seriously paying attention to downside. Right? We're paying attention to that weekly chart for a reason. But we have to see how that lands by the end of the day. All right, VIX's starting to get a reaction. This is great, controlled. Most likely we see another little piece of selling here. And look at that, IWM showing, Q's showing it, SPY showing it. Now we're gonna maybe make another move like this one, possibly. I think that's the biggest you'll see here if you're gonna reverse back around. 590. But just know, now you're probably in the point where people might start to, you know, buy aggressively, sell aggressively. If things roll, be careful. Poor people gotta eat too. Yo, go to the store and buy a pack of those frozen, already pre-made burgers, and you can get 6 burgers for $6. I don't know where you live. Maybe it's like $10 where you're at, but that's better. I don't know. When I haven't been to McDonald's in like a year, because the last time I went to McDonald's, they charged me like $12 for my meal, and I was like, what the hell? Cattle commodity. So if I play turns out how to expect 1 hour down and we get cheaper prices. Yeah, so you're looking for a similar thing across the board. Everything's kind of moving in these type of ways. We know that Apple needed to back off seriously. So if Apple needs to back off seriously here, hey, that's going to mean, ooh, we're going to see that bad moment right away. Like we could see it now, right? Apple's still positive, not really the best reversal signals, but they are there. And Apple really looks like, right, what were we saying about Apple yesterday? Watch if that 2 hour crosses. 2 hours crossing, so you got to buy this thing up in the next hour 45. Tesla, that thing is crossing. You got to buy that thing up in the next hour 45. This bar was crossed down, remember that? Wick up. So there is some buying pressure there. What would fake people out the most? That's what I'm trying to think. Whenever volatility is higher, I always think, what would make people lose the most amount of money right now? It's true, Terry. Oh, Matthew, I know. Always scared about the weekend. Scary, scary weekend. Oh, the weekend, it's so scary. It is. It genuinely is, though. I'm not hating on you. Now, I want you to notice something here for IWM. Smaller moves coming. Smaller moves. We're probably going to get a break soon, and we're going to find out exactly which way this market's going. All right, chat, who wants the live show to continue? Who wants it to keep going? Because I'm feeling good. Sorry, I'm being weird again. I don't know. Maybe it's Christmas time. I don't know. All right. Well, then if you guys give me a solid little 15 minutes here, you guys give me a solid 15-minute break here, right? Maybe go check out those links in the description, right? Stick around, like the video, give me a 15-minute break here, and I'll come back on for a little bit longer, all right? I'll be right back. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I'm going to leave you guys over on the Qs because that looks like the best bear flag. Did we make that base yet? Ooh, not quite yet. Not quite yet. Now, if we look over to this, the one that I was looking at, I still looked at this while I was away. Look at this. Okay, now we're coming down to lower levels. See that divergence getting better. Now, we have to know that this is a 5-minute chart. The ultimate chart we need to be paying attention to is the 2 hour. Look at the 2 hour crossing. So in the next hour and a half, if you do not see any kind of 30-minute bounce, right? I don't really care about a little 5-minute bounce. If we don't see a 30-minute bounce, this can trigger, and then we can end up down in our buy zone. IWM, if we look at this from the 5-minute, I actually think it looks the most promising as far as this 5-minute signal goes as of right now. This has not confirmed, and that is only an inclination that the 30-minute can turn up. So we need the 30-minute to turn up, and that's a big, big deal. If that 2 hour crosses, you are very negative for IWM. So we'll keep this on 5-minute charts, and we'll see if any kind of bounces come. Q SPY. What was that level on the SPY? Sorry, I'm kind of having a moment here. Got my protein shake, so after I have that, we'll be back to full brain capacity here. Where are we at? 592. Remember, 590 is the next level that they don't want to lose. If you lose 590, we can see some downside pressure. So I'm going to start looking at stuff now. I'm going to start looking at pricing. I'm going to go, this looks okay. This looks okay. Now, did that last flush cause some put action? Ooh, not fully. Not fully, but this is kind of the signal I'm looking for. Then I also wanted to check if TLT is moving with the market as well. So TLT dropping down a little bit more significantly here. Which is very interesting. Yeah, that looks like it's about to make that trend move higher. But SPY might try to whip this thing back around. All right, we'll see how things go. Looking at the 5-minute here, we just noticed a rejection divergence could be forming here. It could not, right? This can still keep going, but we know for the Qs, holding at this low is a better sign. If that rejection starts to head above this high, could be considered a higher low. At that point, we want to be paying attention to, does the 30-minute curl up, right? The 30-minute has to confirm up by the end of the day for us to be happy with it. Let's go look at volatility. That trying to curl up that 5-minute, but ooh, not quite doing it yet. Very interesting. The Dow, not bad. Let's look at the DIA. Not bad. So DIA and IWM, I think IWM showing the best as of right now. Needs to see positivity though, right? This is no inclination that I need to buy this. I still need to see the 30-minute turn up. So don't want to be doing anything too rash, too early. I'm going to go click through some stocks. All right, and I'm just going to list them off. It's Friday and you're here for the live show and you stuck around for when I came back after that 15-minute break. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run through these positions here and see what things are going on the weekly expected move side of things. Remember Microsoft reacting down to the weekly expected move as of right now, getting an exact wick there. Let's go through from the Apple here. Apple reacting dramatically down to the center of it, and that's great. The 30-minute has gotten completely out of overbought conditions, going straight into oversold. Tesla dropping down, seeing a 30-minute move, and looks like, hey, that thing could turn back around. We'll see. Now we want to watch out for head and shoulders with that one. Just so you are aware with Tesla, want to be watching out if something starts to form here. So if that 30-minute can whip back up, that'd be great. We just hope it's not a lackluster move that turns back down. Amazon, complete dramatic move down. Going back in the monthly expected move. So this is an opportunity where we could keep dropping for the next few days because we have a lot of stocks outside of their monthly expected moves. And we have Nvidia is not outside of a monthly expected move just yet. 5-minute divergence for Nvidia would make a load of sense. AMD, Meta, ooh, wait a second. If Meta can get some positivity here, I would not hate it. I want you to see that potential double bottom there. There's potential here. Now we have to be aware that this can break, and then that says more flushing. But I do like this look as of right now. Microsoft, I think, has a pretty decent look for the most part. Want to see if that can dip down just a little bit more. I think crossing would actually be a way to really scare people out. We're not seeing people go to the put side too much here. Google, a lot of things just showing the similar look. We're seeing this on pretty much every single chart, and we're just piling up. We got to see if that's going to be a pile up for a move down or a pile up to move up. Google is well outside of its monthly expected move for Google. That would be a massive drop. I'm talking 10% drop. AMC on the 5-minute, not going to be helpful. On the 5-minute here, trying to make some kind of low. We'll see if that happens for GME. DJT actually holding up pretty well. SoFi, there's the double bottom. Now we got to see if that 30-minute can curl up. All right, so I think we could know a lot more about which way this wants to go in the next, right? The 2-hour bar is what we don't want to see cross, and we have the Qs crossing that. So I think we need to watch the Qs, and we have 1 hour and 25 minutes. And my daughter just hit the door and said, "Hey, Dad." And I was like, you're too young to be saying those things yet. Stop putting so many things together. All right. Still scared about the 1 hour down. Hey, I get you. I get you. It makes total sense. When these bigger ones are crossing down, bad things can happen, right? Bad things can happen. I get it. That's why we're open to the risk. And that's why we're being patient to the upside. We're waiting to see that 30-minute make the move. Yes, QQQ did cross, but I want you to keep into consideration. You have 1 hour and 23 minutes left. All right, 1 hour and 23 minutes left. So is this going to be some big ABC move down, or are we going to scare some people out today and just whip back up this 30-minute? We'll see. Here's that 5-minute for volatility, trying to make the move up. This is where we can see bigger things to the downside, but the SPY looks like it's trying to hold this level. 590, very important. I'm sure Blind Owl is thinking the same thing. 590, super important, and you're only a point and a half, a little over a point and a half away. I reckon we close green for the day. Well, if you close green for the day, you not only have to get back in the daily, you have to get all the way back up to here. All right, here we go. 499, could you please show us how to find call put walls? Yeah, I mean, if you want to do it the super simple way, usually when I'm live, I do it a super simple way, which is just, I pull up this guy right here, Max Payne, and thank you so much for the donation. I just pull up Max Payne, right? I select the end of the week. It happens to be the end of the week right now, and you want to pay attention to where those big levels are. You want to know where the price is. So at open, we were in here. Hey, look, if we get below 600, that's going to be bad. We gapped and then went below 600. That's bad. Actually, then we went to 590, right? So that's why 590 is the next important level, right? That's all we want to do. We want to see these big spikes. We want to see what is it? Is it red? Is it green? And we would say, okay, if we can get past this call wall, because that can be resistance, that would be bullish. If we get past this put wall, it's bearish. And then if we pass the next one, even more bearish. If we pass the next one, even more bearish. And if you get past 570 today, you probably would have seen an absolute stock market crash, but you're probably not going to see that. Yeah, it's just a very simple way to look at it. I don't think it's like absolutely the best thing in the world, right? I just want to pay attention to key levels. That way I have those in mind for where reversals can take place. So right now for the SPY, it would be 590. What's at 590? Our zone. Our zone starts at 590.62. So we could literally touch in there and then see a reaction up. We could touch below 590 and see a reaction up, right? It's just when you lose those levels, you got to be aware of the risk. And 590, I think there's an extreme risk of heading down another 10 points if you do that. So if we want buyers to step in, this is where it needs to happen, in my opinion. Does that help out a little bit, Onda? I appreciate the $4.99. I want to make sure you were able to get what I'm saying. Are those as powerful as the weekly expected moves? It really depends. When you're seeing them tower like that, okay, when you're seeing these big towers, it can be just as important, but you won't have to see reactions around them. What I like to do as far as weekly expected moves and put call walls and things like that is what I like to do is I like to do this. I like to look where they are. Okay, so the top one's at 606, 605, put wall starts at 600, and a big one at 590. And then I'll just come over here and I'll be like, okay, well, where are my key levels for the week? Well, we said there was a first put wall at 600. We reacted up to 602. So now I know, hey, weekly moves here. If we lose 600, well, this is that area where I need to be paying attention to 600, right? Because also there's more problems here. So that's more how I look into it. I see if it lines up with anything. So for the Qs, for instance, Qs had a huge put wall at 525. So why would I be paying attention to 525 really, really seriously? Oh, because my daily expected move literally says 525. Sure, it says 51, but it's going to be that area is important. It's never just like dink exact price, right? Sometimes it happens and it's cool, right? We'll mention it. But 525 was the wall. And so 525.51 is where we could see support. If we start to lose 525 and 525.50, that's going to be a problem. And then we want to look for the next one, which actually was 520, which we're losing, but we're trying to make a base right below it, which is great. Right? And we could look for the call wall and it'd probably be at 530, right? So we'll see. Let's go look. And just like that, the call wall is 530. Why is 530 important to us? Well, 530 is right where our weekly and our monthly expected move. So heavy resistance at 530. It just added more validity to, hey, I need to take some risk off of the table. There is a high probability for some kind of pullback. And then it ended up being more than a pullback. Look at the Qs holding up here. Am I really scared of this even now? No, I know I have an hour left before I need to get scared. Right? I have an hour left before I need to really be like, okay, there's 2 hours crossing on the Qs. Right? If that happens, I got to change my thinking here. I got to stop probably paying attention as much to this 30-minute and just be aware that even if we get a 30-minute move higher, we could drop lower. So we're just chilling, watching this 5-minute, watching it build up. That's funny. That'd be funny. Little head and shoulders on a 5-minute. Does that help, Onda? Okay, so if you find them matching, you can put the puzzle together. Yeah, and what you can do is you can mark off the tallest ones, right? Look for the Friday close, mark off the tallest ones. And then what you'll notice is a lot of the time they're going to be around those weekly expected moves or a daily expected move if you're doing one intraday. I hope that makes it a little bit clear. Looks like a 5-wave down. This would be a very short wave. If you're talking about on the 5-minute here, this would be a very small 2, 3, 4, 5. If anything, I would actually more so. I don't know. I'm inclined. I don't know. Maybe you could agree with this or not, Jeff. I'm kind of inclined to go 1, 2, 3, and then we see if we bounce. And hopefully you get a shortened 3. Because that would be a good sign of momentum dying out. That's how I see it. I guess you could say 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 maybe happens. I don't know. I don't do counts a lot. I can kind of like see it in front of me for like, it's another thing to keep in mind for potential for reversal, yes. It is a signal of momentum dying if you're on the 5th push or 3rd push. But I don't think I'm versed enough to be like, is this actually a 2? Is this the 2? Is this 1, 2, 3? And then we have a 1, 2, 3. I'm just not versed enough to talk about stocks like that, if that makes sense. I'm up 60% on shares of Tina. That's crazy. Yeah, I like Tina, man. I think Tina's cool. Tina's pretty hot. Tina's pretty hot. Now, Tina, not good signals even on this 5-minute yet, so we're still chilling. First leg down of a 5-wave move to 492, says Greg. Okay, so Greg thinks we have the first wave, or first leg at least. And then we'll get some kind of reaction, is what I assume, by you saying the first leg down. And then the ending 5-wave will be at 492. Just for fun. Run Santa. Santa rally? I don't know. Yeah. First leg's always an impulse move. Still holding below VWAP. I would be bearish for the day until it holds above. Yeah. Like I said, I used to use VWAP all the time, but I'm more so just, you know, I'm looking at a 5 minutes, so I understand people talking about VWAPs and things like that. I just don't utilize it as much anymore. For me, right? I think VWAP is very helpful for a lot of traders, but something about it for me, I don't know if it just convinced me to day trade or something like that. It's just not something I like to use. And we're trying to keep things simple on the channel. But yeah, I mean, if you're holding below VWAP, it's bearish trend, right? It's down. Especially, is it angled? It's probably angled down too, for sure. Man, this waiting. Why stocks can't fall more now? Because the Qs keep holding up. That's why I'm watching them. But like, why are the Qs holding up? Everything else is able to break, right? That's able to break. IWM able to break. DIA able to break. But everything's kind of making those little signals we were looking for. Now we got to see if it produces upside, right? This can easily curl down on a 2-hour. So what you're going to do is just click back to the 2-hour every once in a while, guys, and just be like, all right, how long do I got? Hour and 13 minutes. Okay, once that starts to say like 15 minutes and you're not seeing any bouncing, that's where you can start to be like, all right, maybe the 2-hour divergence is the most likely scenario here. I think IWM looks pretty decent though. I do. I think as far as this looks, I'm like, it obviously looks bad right now. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. This does not look good, actually. What I'm saying, as far as one that could give the signal to react to, it could be there. That 492, bro, I hear you, Greg. I hear you, and it's possible. Oh, it's possible, Greg. I'm aware of it, and that's why I'm not risking a bunch of money. Right, that's why I'm not buying in early yet. Your course helped me a ton. I've changed my style of trading and included some of your tools and tweaked them for my style of trading. I recommend your course to a coworker. Hope he takes it. Thank you for saying that, Anthony, because that's actually the perfect way to treat the course. Is the course doesn't mean you have to do everything exactly how I do it. The course is just to bring you things that I see as very, very useful and how I think about indicators, and maybe it does change that thinking a little bit. Maybe the only thing you take away from the course is one thing about the MACD and it clears everything up with divergence. Maybe you only take away one thing about weekly ranges and you go, holy crap, that's what I needed to add to my strategy. That's the goal. I'm showing you important things. So thank you so much for shouting that out, and I'm glad that you saw it as very useful. So I hope that it just gives you that little bit more of an edge in your strategy to help you be that much more successful. That's the point. The point is you don't have to do everything exactly like me, right? We're all individual people. We're all making individual decisions. But if you can learn a little something that makes it better, isn't it all worth it? If you paid $100 and you found one tiny thing that made you 5% more successful over the next year in every single trade, wouldn't you be happy about that? It's like, yeah, that's fucking awesome. Because over time, that's going to exponentially get better. Yeah, Brian. So yeah, you like the order block. So you're paying attention a lot to the options data, which is great. It's kind of like using, yeah, I mean, option levels, and especially if they kind of match up with volume profile and all those kinds of things, that's very good. I've gotten more patient and improved my charting and entries so much since subscribing. That is awesome, Chris. Right? Some people are great traders. Some people are just great traders, but they don't know when a play is not working out. Maybe you've studied technical analysis. I think a lot of people are very quick to tell you a setup, but not quick to tell you what to do if the setup starts to go wrong. And I think that's a big thing that people can learn going forward. And that's why we have the management of the trade, right? It's a way to manage your trade, not just manage risk with a stop or something like that. Damn, IWM, can you just do this? Okay, are Q's breaking down yet? Still no? SPY? All right, SPY's getting down to our buy zone. Are we getting some puts? Freaking A, come on, guys. Not you guys. Not you guys, right? This is, as far as the 30-minute chart goes, this is the opposite time we probably want to be buying puts. We're probably going to get some kind of reaction, if not sideways, right, if we're going to keep dropping. As far as the 2-hour goes, you haven't even confirmed that for here, and it's a big drop, so we need to see a reaction here, even to go to the put side, in my opinion. Totally agree. Yeah, I'm just saying, because the thing is, the reason, like, people like, I don't know if people are ever like, how does he point these things out? I point these things out because these are things that I specifically struggled with, that I specifically said, I pay attention to my weaknesses, I pay attention to my strengths. And in order to pay attention to my weaknesses, I was like, why am I holding on to this play that has a divergence in low volatility when the 30-minute has confirmed back up? Like, that's what I just started to tell myself. I was like, I looked back at my losses and I go, every single time that I lost, I had a reason to get out of the play and I just didn't. And then I go through the charts and I go, now, if I did get out of that play, did the play set up again shortly after? Yes, it did. So I could have been better. Like, that's all I did, and that's why it makes probably a lot of sense to people, is because it is something that was genuinely one of my weaknesses, and I worked on it, and I made a strategy to help myself in those times. It's awesome. I fucking love it. Now I feel like I don't want to toot horns or anything like that. I'm sorry. I was just like excited because I'm like, at some point you got to be a little bit proud of yourself when you're successful trading stocks, because it is a tough game. All right, it can be very tough. You have to have a good grasp of it. All right, what we got? Had the same issues and still learning. Yeah, and you can even go into my stuff even more and be like, I'm going to manage the trade on a 30-minute when it's this reading on the MACD, right? If a reading goes up to 0.5 and then confirms down, that is my limit to manage the trade. If it curls down anywhere above 0.5, like up towards 3, whatever, then I'll be okay. Right, I can wait that out, maybe sell a couple, and then keep the rest, put those back in, right? That's kind of something that you can do. But yeah, there's probably a million different ways to do it. My own shoulder after having a good stop loss and waiting for a new opportunity needed that. No, that's like, I can't tell you. This is gonna sound weird. I'm proud of you if you made money. That's a very hard thing to do. I'm proud of you even more if you realized you were about to lose money and you made a decision and you ended up being like, okay, that was a good decision. That is, I think that's harder to do than make money in the market, personally. To be like, wow, this trade is playing out. I'm up by 20% and it's starting to curl down on that 30-minute. It's kind of close to the center line. Nah, it's going to be fine. I'm going to hold it. And then boom, you're down 50% the next day. Right? It's crazy. I don't think they let anything go up today. Well, the SPY is going down towards our zone, so we'll see. We'll see. Let's see if volatility made a double top here. Yeah, All right, we'll see. If that confirms back down, we got a good chance this 30 minutes rolling. Now, that 30 minute is still positive. We have to keep that into consideration. All right, these 30 minutes are negative, technically. Every good choice brings me more close to being a better trader. And I think, yeah, that's great. That's great, man. And I don't think people realize how important it is to manage your risk. I mean, like I said, I think you could probably be in the top, what, 20% of traders if you just understand like when the good setup is there, but also how to manage your trade, how to manage your risk, how to manage your position size. That's why we talked about the $10,000, $1,000 to options, and maybe only $100 for my first trade if I'm only working with 10,000, you know? Quick 590 to 40, or 590 to 40, 590.40 to 594.60 tap, and we're off 590.40. Let's go look. You think 590.40? Let's see. I mean, that's the genuine breakout, I think, right here. Right, that's the genuine breakout. So I'd say 590.62. Let's see who's right. Who wants to guess the exact level we bounce off of? Get your guess in there for the SPY. The exact number we bounce off of. Shit, we're already bouncing. Nobody cheat. Nobody use this wick. Okay, you can use the wick if you want. Oh, 590.60. Okay, you included it in there. We bounce right now. Oh my God, you're right. Patel, are you a psychic? How'd you do that? How the frick did you do that, dude? That's crazy. Oh wait, someone, wait. Whose name? His name is Stifler. All right, Stifler, thanks for subscribing. 589.74. I swear, you guys, Z-Shotty in here. Let's see. Yeah, someone tell me right now. 591.54. All right, so Z-Shy saying 589.74, saying we're gonna cut in there a little bit. And not a full bounce yet. And that's not gonna be a good confirmation. You see the green bar? That's not gonna be a good confirmation, guys. You gotta wait. Is a bear flag setting up on Tesla? Most likely. I think a lot of stuff is setting up bear flag. That's more like this. This was the control. This was the control. Sorry, this is a terrible drawing, but that was the control. Now you would hope that plays out. But if this can reject here, that's not a bad sign. But yeah, that's more your flag right here. It's pretty steep. So does the Santa rally start this afternoon? I think if we could get a base here and we never see anything bad for Monday, potential, yeah, I think it has good potential. Did you exit? Yes, I exited my TNA play when the SPY and the Qs hit their resistances. I did not think IWM would be safe, and now I'm looking to get back in. I'm waiting, I'm waiting, I'm waiting. Being patient. I'm not going to take it because of a 5-minute signal. I need to see a little bit better than that. I need to see something. Tell me something better than that. Right? DIA looks good, right? These are potential opportunities for the 30-minute play. It's just we need to see if that 30-minute can bounce. So, you know, if you have gotten better at this stuff, you think you're really good at it, all right. This might be a test time soon. Because this is a signal that says a 30-minute wants to turn up. But do you know how to manage your trade to feel confident the entire time? I gotta feel confident the entire time. So managing risk is going to be important. I did leave Onda. I did leave one runner into the morning here, just in case we saw that gap up. I was genuinely like, the big risk is to the downside, but there is potential for a gap up. So what do? I sell all of my contract except for one. And then I say, if we squeeze, then I at least get some money back from that. All right, cool. We didn't end up squeezing. We dropped down. I see a little, you know, I think it was IWM, saw this little trail up. Okay, I sold on that trail up. And then I go, okay, cool. Now my risk is completely out. My risk is completely out. I think I made 70% on TNA minus probably 5%, so probably 65% with that other one. What is your other course about? I took your first one beginning of this year. The other course, well, I took your other course. Which one did you take? Did you take the using indicators course or the full technical analysis course, or did you take swing trading? Interested in the QQQ bounce number? We don't really have a QQQ bounce number. If you keep holding below 520, that's really bad. But what's your number, Greg? I feel like you got some good numbers. Okay, yeah, and that's where you connect some common sense. Okay, if you see two indices that are hitting a weekly expected move, and I showed off 5-minute divergence on Patreon. I'm just going to tell you this as a little tip here, though. If I see it hit two weekly expected moves for the SPY and the Qs, or two indices, and then I see IWM kind of struggling a little, not seeing the best upward price action, it was enough to convince me to sell, but I still held some, right? I still held a contract in case I was wrong. And notice I did not feel confident enough to take shorts. Right? I wasn't saying this has to be a big drop. It ended up being bigger than I thought, so I'm glad I was aware of the risk. But yeah, if I see the main indices, the SPY and the Qs hitting this, I'm gonna think about how can whatever I have be affected by the SPY and the Qs potentially backing off. That's how I think about it. Was this yesterday when the resistance hit? Yeah, I put that video out somewhere in this area here around 11 a.m., I believe. My time. Uh-oh. Ari's grabbing something she's not supposed to. No clue other than confidence. This is the first leg down. All right. All right. If it's the first leg down, I'd expect like what, the 15-minute bounce? The 15... rejects off the 5 now. That's probably what we'll end up getting if this rejects, right? The 5 retest. We go bam. Maybe you end up falling from there. I don't know. I'm interested, Greg. I want to see how this plays out over time. We can reconnect. The rubber band tight yet? Yeah, it's probably tight at this point. It's probably tight. I mean, if we just go like this. Yeah, I mean, you definitely saw the expansion move. Now you're looking for the contraction. Not the biggest fan of those on the short time frames, but here we go. All right, there's confirmation. That would be your confirming bar, this one right here for IWM. Tina! Wait, I feel like, speaking of Tina, didn't Tina just say something to me a little bit ago? I feel like I missed Tina's message. Tina, if you're here, what stock did you mention? I think it's something about divergence or something. Above VWAP on the 1 minute, buy signal fired. Use your suggested strat tied with dying volume to hop into XBI shorts. Hey, did that work out? See, dying volume is a good sign of momentum dying off, but you kind of want to pay attention to what kind of bar comes in. I'm interested in how you use it, Z-Shoddy, but I more look for, hey, what's that big explosive bar when that contracts? Is that red or green? What am I looking for? What do the signals suggest? But I'm interested to see how you look into it. They asked about Netflix. All right, let's go look at Netflix then. Second wave retraces, most around 50, 68%. So golden pocket area. So if you're doing that for IWM, actually, would that be more than gold pocket? Yeah, gold pocket, so anywhere in here. Well, you want to see if that takes you above some key levels for the SPY on this drop, then. If you're talking about a retrace move. And if Tina's still here, I'm down to go look at Netflix. Yeah, see, you're actually right to call it out, because look at the reaction you would get and the failure you could get there. And if anything, your 50 retracement there is kind of right where that 5 is sitting. Still tilting up for now. But yeah, either way you look at it, you're kind of calling out the good percentages in my mind. now that I actually threw a fib up. Above the VWAP on the 1 minute. Everyone lose their fucking minds. Apple, solid divergences down there for... It's a 5 minute, guys. I'm just saying that over and over. This could easily be flagging. This could easily be this, right? Head and shoulders, right? This can continue. But there's a good sign so far. We'll see if the 30 minute can turn up. Even Wolf is showing it. Like, are you kidding me? Even Wolf is showing, hey, this guy looks good. I mean, 5 minute divergence on the way down, but. Can I load calls yet? I don't know. Is your internet working? Well, your internet's working. You're watching this, so seems like you could do it whenever you want. I'm not going to tell you anything about what you should do. But your ability to is probably there. I think your internet's working. That was never said catching fire. Why is the market, Michael? Well, if we understand how stocks like to move, then we would say we have some weekly expected moves, and the reason that it's down today is because you had a 68% chance to use this as resistance and end up a little bit lower for a pullback, judging that we were overbought on the 30 minute. That's it. If you want the reason on the technical side, well, the 30 minute showed 5 minute divergence, and we showed it off on Patreon, and we were like, wow, this is a very, very weak momentum, and you confirmed it again at the end of the day. And then you experienced a gap below the daily expected move. So the SPY did not have the opportunity to bounce because you gapped below 600, you gapped below 598, and you continued to head in the downward direction. Now you are running your head directly into the next call wall, or put wall, so we will have to pay attention to it. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that, YS. Does Squid Games actually suck? All right, Jay. All right, Jay, I smell what you're stepping in. And it's not dog poop. It might be something good. I don't mind that thinking. No, I'm not. YS, I'm not saying that. I haven't watched it yet. Okay. No, I haven't watched it yet. Yeah, see, we're not getting that positivity right away. That's why 5 minute charts suck. Nope, we're not going to do that on the channel, Luke. No talking like that. Tesla, let's go check on Tesla. Is it giving it up now? Ooh, that might be your 1, 2, 3, right? We'll see. It hasn't even crossed down yet. So once that crosses down, ooh, downside. Maybe I have daily expected moves for this bad boy, right? Let's see if Tesla's near one. All right, Tesla can head lower. I kind of want to check if any of these are at daily moves. 2. Oh, wait, that's a monthly. What am I doing? All right, so Apple's below it. Tesla's below it. Everything's kind of dramatically below it. That one's not as bad, but just this is looking like that is a flag with a head and shoulders, man. That is flag building a head and shoulders. That doesn't look too good for Amazon. That looks like this 5 minutes going to curl down. Curls down, might make an opportunity. We'll see. We're still looking for things to form. NVIDIA. Don't mind the look, but we are outside. AMD. Just bouncing the best for AMD. Breakdown area, go for the retest. Wow, you did really well with the daily move here for AMD. Meta, I like this look a little bit, but we'll see if it can hold. Like I said, these are signs of a good base, but 5 minutes are so wonky. We still need to see confirmation from 30 minute charts to make 30-minute move higher, and then you're still not out of the woods. Oh, who the heck? Rami's Biloo! Thank you so much for subscribing. Appreciate you being here. Sorry, I'm just checking on some moves here to make sure. Microsoft, this one, ooh, I can drop lower. What's the move here? Oh, that is pretty far outside of it. Google, they're all trying to make these rejections on a 5-minute. Below it, not too bad for Google though. AMC, actually AMC holding very well for the daily. GME, let's see, GME holding very, very well, going back in the daily and able to move in the upward direction. 30-minute really looks like it, but you know, GME, holy crap, this thing might actually be decent. That 30-minute can turn up. Interesting. Gold, I was interested in gold. I want to see if this dollar can back off, but I assume if we get an upward move, the dollar might continue up. Actually, this is what I want to see for volatility. Volatility confirming the 5-minute divergence down, but getting a reaction directly back up. So potential here for this to consolidate and break through. We will find out eventually. And that would mean the SPY needs to actually, as it confirms divergence and gives it right up, right? We need to see that confirm again, and then we need to curl up this 30-minute. Cool. Good stuff. I dig it. The only thing is, if you really want to be bearish, you at least got to be taking out this level. Like, isn't that crazy? It's crazy, but it's kind of true. Because you have this move, confirmed low, this move, no real low in this move just yet. So this actually is higher. So unless you're losing that, maybe cup and handle around that area, that would be bad. But right now, 30 minutes positive. Yo. Be sick to see something like this. It'd be suck. It'd be so skis. Real bros of Simi Valley, come on. Wait, who actually watched Arrested Development like I said? Can you show us your indicators? Here, they'll pop up on the right. I can't show you all of them like at once, but MACD, MACD, RSI. If you want Bollinger Bands, you just look up BB20 SMA. This is for the simple moving average for the 5-day. And then this is the buy-sell indicator for the moving averages. But I turn off the buy and sell signals, guys. The buy and sell signals that you get with this indicator, right? It's not, and I describe how to actually get these on your chart in the course. Or I think it was this one actually. This is the one I'm building. This is the one, SMA 950 180. If you type that, this one will pop up. I turn off buy sell, so it doesn't encourage you to, sorry, I keep like choking. So it doesn't encourage you to like buy when the thing says buy, right? I'm not, notice that never pops up. No, we want reasons to take the trade. I want good reasons to take the trade. That's something that I say a lot, and that's why I have buy indicators and sell indicators off. And because when I first started my channel, and I actually went live a couple of times, people were like, oh my God, it's saying buy, that means, and I'm like, dude, no, like that's, I don't pay attention to that. But I figured out that people online really pay attention to if something says buy or if something says sell, and I'm like, yeah, sometimes I put it on to make myself feel good, but other than that, I'm like, I need the reasons. What do I think of the SPY for Monday? It depends a lot on if we can curl up this 30-minute. Right now, there's a lot of, I would say, credibility for you to be in either direction. I think at this point right here, there's a lot of credibility to say, hey, we could head lower. There's a lot of credibility to say, hey, we're trying to carve out a higher low. So you're kind of in a weird spot. I want to say it very clearly. I am not taking a bullish trade until the trade sets up. I am leaning towards a bullish trade. But until these signals prove stuff, I'm not doing crap. I didn't get the info I asked for. Oh, try asking again, Stifler. It's just sometimes the chat moves quick. And I think you subscribed when I was taking a break. Because normally I get off around 10:15. So I just took a 15-minute break to hang with you guys longer. Trust me, man. I try to be one of the most active people with chat, like that I've seen on pretty much any live show. And especially while it's, you know, potentially we're only a year and a half into this. If we have a point where there's 1,000 viewers in here, it's going to be tough. So while it's still 200 is a lot, that's a lot, it's a blessing. But also while it's 200, I really do try to get to the chat as much as possible. I promise you, I'm not ignoring you guys ever in the chat. I'm really not. Usually if I just don't see it or if I glance over it and then I forget about it, 1, ADHD, 2, I'm probably looking at something, using the bathroom or something. Oh, good buddy, I was curious about one stock. IWM, AMC, GME, etc. But I was curious about Dow Chemical. So just, well, wait a second here. Wait a second here. Are you talking about like, do you mean like Dow Inc., right? Okay, I just want to make sure because we've talked about the Dow a lot today. I got you. All right, well, let's go look at it for him. Thank you so much for subscribing. Obviously, you subscribe. We want to look at a chart for you, so that's awesome. Yeah, I was just pulling it up on my other screen because I want to keep my eye on the SPY. Okay. Now, this has been heading down. Okay, so this is going to be a problem, but the thing you need to know about divergence is they're way more likely to play out when they're closer to the center line. So I want to find an example here, maybe this right here. So you see this downtrend? That got closer to the center line right here, and you're at the same point right now. But notice the confirmation of that divergence was where you're at right now. So what I want to do is I want to look when that's going to confirm really close to the center line and if that's a good setup. So what are you doing as of now? It looks very controlled, very flaggy, and you're even curling down. So if this breaks, it can go like this. But you're kind of, as a trader, okay with that. Things up here will get cheaper. That's cool. But if you do that, that would curl you down. And then if you can curl back up, you would have that signal kind of like over here, right? Very choppy, bunch of divergences, and then you see it close to the center line, a little bit closer. That's all I'm talking about, because this one curled up down here. This one in the past curled up at half that. So this would be a good thing. Now, this is a stock that is dramatically heading down, so you have to understand the risk of doing like an option or something like that. Usually if I see a stock like this, I'm going, ooh, I probably don't want to take an option play, but I understand if you know how to manage risk, do your thing, right? I'm not going to tell you what to do with your money. I'm just saying that's something that worries me. For the stock right now, I'd probably be paying attention if that 2 hour makes the divergence down and curls back up, because that might be an opportunity. What you have here is daily divergence. What does that mean? That means that the daily could potentially go into a positive trend. All right, this daily could potentially go into a positive trend. So where would it really like to react to? Well, there's a few key levels here, and I'll mark them off for you, all right? So the key levels here are breakdown area. That's one. Bam. That's one. That's your first thing. Now, this is going to be on the daily, so we're not going to pay attention to the fact that you could react up to here, make a little mini head and shoulders right in here, right? Because I'm not really going to talk about options with this. Second level, the second breakdown area, very clean with the gap, very clean with the retest. So right now you have 42.02. Seems like if you saw that upward price action continue, that's where you might bump your head. 43.91 would be a great level to react to. And then I would ultimately say, this is the reaction you really want to see. If you can get all the way up to 46.35, you can start to react up. Big move maybe, because this thing's been beat up by a long time. What if you get a big, now I draw this and you're going to think options and I'm going to make a bunch of money. you have to know how to manage risk. You have to know how things move, okay? Just because I draw it like this is a speculative thing. You have a lot of barriers on your way there. But I'm just saying, if this wanted to continue to be good over time, as in potentially a good investment over time, this is what I would be looking for. Look for that retrace move and then turn back up. Left head, right shoulder. I don't mind this. I do want to look at it from a standpoint of where the hell are we? See how that weekly is just directly down? Is this a... What the frick? Such an interesting look. It's like a failed cup and handle for the double top. Big crash down. Divergence on the RSI makes for the upward move. Curls down into negative territory and just throws up ever since. So very speculative one. It sounds like right away. 7% dividend, I wanted to log it in, but I didn't want to connect to crash. Man, thank you so much. Awesome. Okay, I hope that's helpful. And I'm glad that you said dividend. And I'm glad you said something about the CEO, because that means you're paying attention to the fundamental side. The only time I will say fundamental side is very important is more so when it becomes an investment opportunity that looks a little bit speculative. But that is a daily divergence. You have to be aware that this doesn't mean it 100% has to be going up. I already showed you how it could fail, right? The 2 hour curls down. But I would say if that 2 hour curls up, that would be something that I would go, hey, maybe I'm comfortable investing for a few, maybe a month, see if this thing has positivity, but be open to managing risk. Right, that's how I treat these kinds of stocks. So it's just kind of up to you on how you're going to play it. But it sounds like you know a little bit more about the stock than I do, which is fantastic. So I wish you luck, and I hope you're able to make a decision soon. Sorry, guys, I got to pay attention to this market right now. I know, I could go look at stuff all day. Saw the possible flag. I knew it could drop again, but I wanted your opinion. Yeah, that's great. And that's what this channel's mainly about, by the way, Stifler, since you're a little bit new. Whenever I say your name, I think of that movie with Stifler. But yeah, that's the main thing about this chat. This is not to tell you guys anything what to do, right? It's to come in and for like a buddy of yours to take a look and be like, hey, am I seeing things correctly here? What do you see? And then I tell you what I see. And if what I see lines up with you, hey, there's your second opinion. That's great. Mainly just to learn, right? On those, always look back to March 20th of 2020. Oh, shit. Hold on, I'm getting a phone call here. Oh, thank God. It's this super ugly chick. Scam likely. Total horse face. I'm just kidding, guys. I don't talk about that. I don't talk like that to women. That's rude. I love my girl Tina in here. Where are my girls at in the chat? Say hey. Oh, wait, can we do that in here? Is that weird? All the girls say hey. All the guys say oh. No? Thank you for your opinion. Hey, thank you for the $2. First time in here, first time subbing, first time for the super chat. So I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Big picture looks bad if we don't hold above. Oh my God, I'm sorry for your ears. I just hit my head. Llama Mama says hey. Okay, sorry, I'm having fun. It's Friday. We love Fridays around here. And thank you again, Stifler, for that donation there. Thank you. I'm glad we were able to answer that question. Sometimes I'm not able to on stuff that looks like that, so I'm glad it was. Chris says, oh. Okay. I kind of agree with Reese, and that's why I think it's important we stay above 590. That's why I'm really paying attention to here. Look how close we are to that buy zone. God, we're just making good level. We probably should have pulled it up to these wicks, honestly, now that I see them. But I'm not thinking we're out of the woods yet. IWM, a lot of liquidity in here. A little slanted down, so I like to see it. All right. Now we have to see. Let's do this. How much longer do we have? Have people been doing this? Have you guys been clicking over to the 2 hour? We only got 37 minutes left. So let's look at the cues. And let's look at this 2 hour bar for 36 minutes together. And we'll see if this confirms or unconfirms. 65% of my 401 in IWM. Ouchie. I'm going to tell you this, though. IWM, a lot of these little stocks look like they want to pop. And IWM, actually, when Trump was last president, saw a lot of positivity early on in the first part of the year before he was even inaugurated. So you do have some seasonality stuff that might be with you with the Trump presidency. But we're obviously paying attention to this is really bad right now. So we have to see if it gets good again by turning up this 30-minute. But right now, we really do need to seriously watch this 2-hour on the Qs. See if we confirm down. We're going to zoom way in on this, right? We're just going to sit here and hang out with each other. Benefit all of us. Luke become rich, Luke make his own ETF, and then we all invest together. That'd be sick. I'll be Kathy Woods, except I'll buy Path after the gap down. You know what I mean? I'll make an ETF. I'll buy the same stuff Kathy Woods does, just like, you know, after earnings, okay? I brought snacks. Oh, that's awesome. Oh God, Kathy Woods. I'm not saying I'm smarter than her. She is probably way smarter than me, but her timing has been off on her last like 3 things I've heard about. Yeah, what should we name the ETF? Just Luke? MMM? I'm going to make a coin that buys Bitcoin instead of burning. Yo, can you do that? I can't do that. Usually around this time for the next 30 minutes, we should pivot. If not, we will keep going down until the last hour before market close. Yeah, and the thing is, like, the thing is with lunchtime is a lot of people go away for lunch, and you guys have to realize we're still Christmas week. What's the volume look like on these bars? Oh, volume actually did pick up, but it's already going down again. Yeah, it's already going down again. And all you need is like 2 good 30-minute bars like over here. Damn, volume is soaking up again. That's crazy. Is that really that bad though? It's pretty average for a 30-minute. It's average, right? We're all average. Like totally average. That's totally an average size. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. Oh, crazy. A trade like water meme coin. Strange, on Thinkorswim, the MACD has crossed on a 2-hour. I don't trust Thinkorswim anything. I have looked at Thinkorswim. I actually potentially did use Thinkorswim for a little bit. I kind of switched some stuff back. Thinkorswim has weekly expected moves that are just off. Thinkorswim has indicators that seem just off. So I'm not a hater of the platform. I still have an account there. I don't trust the indicator side of things, if that makes sense. But that's not to talk crap about it, right? That's like, maybe this time it gets it right and this one's wrong, right? That's all. I'm saying if it's working for you, Sebastian, that's great. It's just, I noticed some discrepancy between my trading view and Thinkorswim stuff and my actual calculations of weekly expected moves. So I just stick with what I trust. That's how I do it, you know? Anything that I'm like, I trust this. Trusting your indicator is a very important thing. I trust this indicator so much that I'm willing to wait the full 2 hours to see if that's actually going to cross. Now, I think there's other data that Thinkorswim gives that's actually pretty good. Don't they give options data too? I think that's been pretty good. Dude, I need to find... My wife's been liking beard, and I need a new trimmer. And it was just Christmas. Why did no one buy me a trimmer? Oh, What was it that I was looking at? I kind of wanted to see how AMC was doing with this in GME. I am comparing. Yeah, give me a good comparison. I'm down to see it. You can even take some screenshots, send me some pictures if you want. We're having a good day. Sellers are out to play. Should I buy this dip? It always goes up, dumb shit. I should write music. Need AMC GME 100 before March, please and thanks. Hey, I'm with you on that. I like to take options. Yeah, patience is the key. Yes. Especially with stuff like AMC and GME. AMC, I don't see why this is where AMC people that talk about the stock, you really start to see like their side of things where they're like, yeah, it's dead, it has to go up, and they just don't point out the very obvious signal here. It's super obvious. That daily turns up, it's the same as last time. It's the same. All right, that's what I don't get. Right? That looks pretty good. That looks good. A lot of people would believe that's dead. What do a lot of people believe now? That it's dead. Let's see what we get here. So momentum will show you. Momentum will show. No one believes it. I don't get why people believe technicals are shitty with AMC. It's just people don't pay attention to when the technicals look bad. Like, that's the thing. 2 hour or 30-minute divergence here, right? 2 hour divergence. Confirmed. This is when we said this is probably going to be down. Right? And remember this week, where was that weekly expected move? It's right there. That's like, oh, sick. 30-minute swing trade. Oh, sick. Make money. Oh, sick. Little dip down to the 5. Maybe I want to buy that again. Oh, sick. We hit a weekly expected move. I'm out. Maybe I'll leave some runners in case something crazy happens. Oh, they diluted the stock. It's like, it's right there. It's right there. Now you're like, you're not even turning down. You refuse to turn down. Crazy. Remember when AMC refused to turn down? Bam! On the daily, refused to turn down? Bam! So I'm chilling. And then if I see this daily confirm up and those options are cheap, probably won't be, but when those options are cheap, if that daily turns up, your boy might be taking an option play on AMC again, not just holding on to the dang stock. 30-minute for the Qs. Remember this, 2 hours what we need to really watch though. Ooh, wait a second. Let me zoom in on this. Not confirmed yet. Could confirm soon, right? Remember, who was bringing it up? Who the heck was it? Who the heck was it? Where are you? Where are you? I'm looking for you in the chat. Was it Ben? No, it wasn't Ben. I think it was Greg, right? Was it Greg? Greg was pointing out, hey, still be open to some kind of, you know, 2 move that turns into a 3, right? This is just maybe the first leg down. So we'll watch. And if this confirms down again on some shorter time frames, then we might have another leg down. Could be a retrace move. We'll see. If it's going to get bullish, probably got to get back in those dailies. How are the oil numbers? It's more just like, what's the reaction of oil right now? Seems like the action was before open. So someone bought into oil. Natural gas. Natural gas. Solid 30-minute divergence for the 2 hour pullback. So 2 hour might have some more room here. Holy crap, is that the weirdest diamond I've ever seen? Anybody see this? Okay, now I'm just drawing a bunch of lines. Let's just be real here. So many freaking gaps though. Yeah, 2 hour pullback most likely scenario here. 30-minute divergence pops up right here, you actually have yourself some potential for consolidation. Maybe. But more so just want to see 2 hours curling down, 2 hour curls up, swing trade might be on. Qs. Ooh, unconfirming the 2 hour. Now, does that mean we're exactly safe? No, you could curl down on the next bar, right? The thing is with me, Sebastian, is I traded so long. I used to use hourly charts for a long time, and I said, well, you know, something's wrong here. And I just took a solid month and just said, I'm going to look at other time frames. I'm going to look at something that, you know, not a ton of people maybe look at. And that's what I'm going to start trying to see if things work out better. So back testing a 30-minute and 2 hour ended up being better for me than the 1 hour. I'll still look at it. I still think it's important, but you will see crazier things on a 1 hour chart. Everyone's paying attention to a 1 hour chart. So this 1 hour could just turn up now, right? This confirming down and going negative is very bad. But that's why I trust 2 hours more, right? I've back tested 2 hours a pretty good amount to where I'm very comfortable with 2 hours. So that's my only thing with it, Sebastian. I don't mind 4 hour either. The only reason I don't like 4 hour is because I use regular trading hours, right? So every single other bar is going to be off in some way. Yeah, Sebastian. And like I said, if it's working for you, if you're really being successful with it, you know, what's the phrase? If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? But if you can take something away and you end up liking 2 hour charts more because you watch this channel a little bit, that's awesome. I hope it benefits you. But if you notice that it's not benefiting you as much, you know, a lot of it is just doing what is comfortable to you, doing what is easiest to, the most simple to you, right? But yeah, that's why I do 2 hour and 30-minute charts. I really like 30-minute charts because it's 30-minute increments. When does the stock market open? Well, for me, that's 8:30. So then it closes at 3 for me, right? So if it closes at 3 for me, then the hourly bar at the end of the day is going to be wonky. 2 hour bars can be wonky, but the only 2 hour bar that's wonky is the last one of the day. So that's the only one I have to take into consideration. No, I compare, and the 1 hour gives more false signals. Exactly. And that's why I don't get why everyone pays attention to hourly charts. And I did get it back when I was still like seriously starting from the ground and being like, everyone uses these hourly charts, so I'm going to use hourly charts. And then I was like, what the hell? It always ends up, not always, but more percentage of the time, you see more whip ups on hourly charts. 30-minute for action, 4 hour for direction. And I think that's perfectly fine. The good part about 4 hour throughout your day is at least that last bar at the end of the day is technically 3 hours worth, or what is it? So it'd go from 8:30, 12:30, 12:31, so that'd be 30 minutes, 1 to 2. So you got 2.5 hours. And that's at least a decent amount of price action. And you can always watch the post market just to see if it leaks into the post a little bit. So that's always good, but yeah, I like my 2 hour signals. It is a big amount of price action, right? And I have 4 30-minute bars in that 2 hour signal. I use 4 hour with pre and post to fill the gaps on the hours. Exactly, yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. I won't pull up 4 hours a ton. I will pull them up if it looks the most clear, right? If it adds some credibility to my reasons to take a trade and it makes me more comfortable taking the trade, I can use it as a good indication that my move is continuing on the 2 hour or something like that. Usually a daily will give you that though, right? Usually right before the daily crosses, you get some kind of little bounce on the 30-minute or 2 hour, and then it crosses again, and then that's the second time to possibly buy a position. Yeah, that's why I'm more inclined to buy a 2 hour signal with a daily signal behind it. You know what I mean, Suri? If I have a 2 hour, 22 minutes left, it's dropping. Oh, Jesus, what's happening on the 5 minute? Uh-oh, we got towards the center line. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, this wasn't an obvious trap. This was an obvious, it needs to pull back, but it ended up being a trap. And that's why I'm glad we put it on Patreon. I'm sorry if you were beaten up by this, right? But, you know, move on from it. Try to think forward. Try to look at the structure now and really think of what's happening here. Is this going to be a higher low? Is this going to move up and then move back down? Are we going to cross on this 2 hour to confirm, hey, we have more downside left? Right, you only have 21 minutes and we're just sitting watching this. Look, it's crossed again. Oh no. There are some good wicks below this, but we'll see if we can actually confirm the 2 hour, because that's a big amount of price action. Volume's not too bad either. You could see another low volume 2 hour move down into our buy zone. Like lower volume than what we got now. That's pretty decent volume. See how the volume soaked up at the end of the day? Then you got that selling. Bam, came in strong. Coffee chart. Give me a ticker, Ben. Confusing. This is a TNA was popping at the close yesterday, so it seemed like it would not be a trap. Yeah, and I think that is confusing. I get you. I'm not saying like, I'm just someone who really... That's Friday. I'm just someone who really is paying attention to risk at these moments. We literally are in a time where it's like any day we could get some bigger bad news and things could start to tank. That's why that's why this happened, right? Any day now that can start and not stop when it stopped, right? That is bad, and that can continue, right? Look at the 2 hour. That can continue. So yeah, I'm paying attention to risk a lot. And I've had to do that pretty much all year. Like the way that the stock market has looked, there's only really a couple 2 month periods where it was just like, oh, here's a pullback. All right, going up, buy calls. Like genuinely. Daddy J, pat. Daddy J, pat. Just to let you know, even though Tina's dropping like this, the option premium just spiked. I'm paying attention for my potential for a buy. Option premium just spiked by like 10% up. We'll see. We still got to just pay attention to the cues. They're going to give us a great indication. This is the one to watch. And then we can go look for opportunities. Remember Microsoft? Remember Microsoft? Potential. Still potential. Let's see if it's still holding. Ooh, didn't hold it. So a little risky. This is one where maybe the hourly does look better. See? If the hourly looks better, I'll look at it, Sebastian. If the hourly looks better, I'll take it into consideration, because this is a buy zone and I see a signal that's very wonky on the 30 minute. It's still there. It's just got this blip in it. So if I clear it up, I could say, okay, this is more making it simple. Keep it clean. They all look the same. It's the algorithm, right? Yeah, so Sebastian, the only time I'll look at an hourly is if I see wonkiness and it clears it up, right? Same thing with a 4 hour. If I see wonkiness, if it clears it up, right? I want to be very clear with my indication of what I'm doing. And it's, hey, okay, if this hourly turns up, now I'm going to manage on a 15-minute chart. Whoa, Nikolai. That is so good. Yo. I was down 28K today. I was able to escape. Wait. I want to make sure I'm hearing you right, Nikolai. So you were down 28K, and then now you're only down 7K? Holy shit, if you did that, that's kind of insane. How did you pull that off? It's so fast. That is fantastic. That's kind of impressive, Nikolai. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, sorry. I mean, Bob. Must be trading options. Yeah, you took an option play, huh? You took an option and it was not going well, and you were like, "Oh God, I gotta fix this." Holy crap! I'm impressed, because usually when you try to fix it, it can get worse. Oh, GME. You're trying. You're doing your best, testing the breakout area. That's good. All right, unconfirmed. 16 minutes left. Wait, Ben, did you give me a ticker? Here, I'll look at some coffee ones. Let's see. Ben, I want to look for you. Do you just want the cash contracts? It just doesn't click. Once you understand that when things are low, people buy puts at the wrong time, and then that makes calls cheap. And once you understand reversal signals, you'll probably be a lot more comfortable taking an opportunity, seeing an upside move. The only struggle at the next point is taking profit, and something that I always like to do is take profit often. Well, Nikolai, it looks like we're potentially making some kind of 30-minute bottom here, just so you're aware. But, you know, sometimes after a big day like that, you just saved yourself from a lot of pain. You might want to take a breather, dude. Like, genuinely, if it were me and I did all that in a matter of, what, 3-4 hours, I'd be taking a breather right now. All right, I'm going to look at the cash contract for coffee. Coffee really moving sideways, at least the cash contract correct here. Really moving sideways. Coiling up in almost a triangle. It was within 2 hours. Dude, I would have been sweating bullets. My wife would have slapped me if I was down 28K. But I'm proud, like that is insane. I think you probably had a stressful morning, and none of us can understand that because at least me, I did not have a stressful morning. So hats off to you, man. Hats off to you. Yeah, so let's look at Tesla. Let me watch this 2 hour, and then we might go check on Tesla in a moment. I might look at it on my other charts. How do you know if an option contract is cheap or expensive in the simplest way? Simplest way? Pull it up the night before. Okay, the next time that you see a 30-minute divergence like this, okay, right here, I want you to look at put contracts, and then if that plays out and goes down, say 1%, look at the put contracts. They're not only going to move up, they're probably going to move up dramatically. Right, so here, I'll tell you right now, because the contract that I was looking for, I'm taking a smaller play here, potentially on Tina, and I'm still monitoring it, so let me go look at the pricing. So all I did with Tina was I looked at an option I kind of liked, all right, before market opened, so this price action didn't affect it at all, right, and right here, Tina had like huge levels. It was like $1 per contract to take like something simple or something pretty far out, like even a 48, or actually I think it was like a 50 for 3 weeks, which isn't like horrible. But then when this backed off, I saw that dramatically go down to like 40 cents. That's like the simplest way to be like, yeah, that got cheaper. I mean, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to work with Bookmap still. I deleted the damn email, so I'm an idiot. But I'm trying to work with Bookmap to see if we can judge it, and that would be an easier way to show you like where people are buying the options. I mean, a good example of it is kind of like AMC and GME. They have option premiums high like all the time because of implied volatility. Tesla has high implied volatility all the time. So if it has higher IV, the premiums might be big in both directions. So go look at Tesla options right now. Look at both sides for even like next Friday, and it's going to be really expensive compared to another stock that is worth like 432. It's going to be more expensive than say Microsoft, right? So that's a very simple. If you're asking for a simple way, that's a simple way. 11 minutes left, guys, chilling. Look at this real quick. Scooping up. Look at the breakdown area. So you're at breakdown area. This is kind of the moment. Like on a 5 minute, you would say this is breakdown. But you're reacting up to it, so we'll see. But I still want to just see this. Yeah, the main way I think about it is, hey, also something you could look at is PCC, right? If PCC is really low, calls are going to be more expensive. If it's high, then calls are going to be cheaper. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I might have a TradingView link to give you a little bit of like a $15 off your purchase or something. I gotta go look if that link is down in the description. But the one that I use, the only reason I use it, right, and this is the one I say that you probably want if you don't need to pay TradingView money. I just hate ads. They annoy the crap out of me. And I like to have like one extra indicator on. So I pay the essentials. Right? Now, for Christmas, they had a sale where I could get the premium package. If I paid for the whole year, I could get the premium package and try it out for a year, and I could pay less than everything I paid for essentials last year. So yeah, I did that. No, Stifler, I'm kind of in the same boat, so. 11 before the 2 hour closes. Oh wait, that's the SPY. Qs. Holy crap, this is a nail biter, folks. 519.95, gotta get a 519.95. Can we get a 520? Can we get a 520? 520.05. Can we get a 520.05? Are we gonna go to 518? 518. Okay, but I trade on 3 screens. I need tabs. Can you get TradingView app with essentials? I don't know. I just started using TradingView app. So I use premium at this point, but I caught the Christmas deal. I don't think, in my opinion, I don't think the premium's worth it unless you get the Christmas deal. It's literally like, how much is it? I think I showed it off in a video. I think it was like $320 for the entire year, which if you compare that to the essentials for the entire year, I think it was like $250 for the entire year. If you pay monthly, I think you end up paying about $300 a year for essentials. So it's like, Jess, yeah, and that's why we're really trying to break this down, because I think a lot of us are expecting positivity from IWM soon. It makes a lot of sense to see some kind of actual positivity, but we're aware this is very flaggy. We're aware that the 30-minute needs to make this higher low, and then we can see if that makes an upward move. As long as we're calm with it and we understand when we need to be out, when we need to be in. Is this in yet? It's potential, right? If we more saw it on a 15, I'd be happier. We don't see 15-minute. So you do have the first inclinations that you're building a base here for IWM. I do think it has potential to see that move still, but we're going to be aware if this thing goes up of weakness. We're always going to be aware of that on this channel. You're seeing the opposite signal on volatility at the same time. If this can hold up and turn up on a 5-minute, is the selling over? Probably not, right? I pay $22 a month. Yeah, so $22 a month. That's what I think I used to pay, but I pay $22 a month. Might have been 25 for me. I can't remember, but somewhere around there. And I was just like, oh, so I could pay like, you know, potentially $60 more or something like that, and get the premium and test it out for a year. Because I think I used premium for like a month, and then I was like, I don't need this stuff. So I was like, hey, I can get it pretty cheap, pay for the full year for pretty much what I paid for monthly last year. So Christmas time, guys, I will say this. You have to renew it, I think, every single Christmas. So I will make sure to notify you guys about that so that you guys see the sale, and we'll post that up, and I'll put links to it and stuff. Because I am an affiliate with TradingView, I really need to get those links up for you guys, because I think there's like a $15 off your first month or something like that for TradingView. I'll get that link up and I'll find it. Hopefully I can get that up this weekend. Very good, very good. Flashback over to the Qs, 2 hour. All right, we're leaving it here. 6 minutes. 6 minutes. So yeah, I think by getting the premium, I was able, like, I just started to build my own indicators and stuff like that. I wanted to try to build an indicator for fun, so I've been working on that in the background. It's just, it's not like, you see what I was saying? I'm trying to make strong, I'm trying to make my own buy signals and things like that. But it's not doing it exactly how I want, so don't take that into consideration just yet. Giving it up. Oh God. Oh God. It's so close. It's so close. Yet so far. So far away. You know what? I think we should bring back the 90s tunes of dudes talking like, you know, in the movie Ted, where he sings like, A-E-I-O, yeah. I think we need to bring those bands back. Anybody else want to bring those bands back? Rise says, let's fill that gap. 594. Let's fill it. Holy shit, that would be impressive. I'm not gonna lie. Yo, go back and look at like Vine and stuff, and look at early TikTok, look at like early YouTube. Life was good. Not gonna lie. Life was good. Hey, FFIE up 17%. That's kind of cool. December ain't November, I miss not having cell phones. It's kind of true, man. Ooh, that thing's starting to go up a little bit more. 4 minutes left. Trust me, I'm already on the boat. I'm starting to screenshot any pictures that I want to keep from Facebook. I'll be completely off social media, except for YouTube and Twitter, probably by the end of the year, honestly. What do I think about MSTR? I think that MSTR is one of the scariest things to put my money, and I think it will be caught in some kind of fraudulent behavior or a Bitcoin crash. And a Bitcoin crash would mean Bitcoin actually comes down like maybe 25, 30%, and MSTR will go down by 70%. Yeah, SR, give me, I definitely want to look at it for you. I definitely will. Just give me 4 minutes here, okay? See this little timer? When that runs out, ask again. All right, I gotta be paying attention to this 2 hour bar right now. Sorry. So 4 minutes, all right? Oh, I left Instagram. I just had my business Instagram still there, and I check it every once in a while. Is it the same story? It's not exact same story with NVIDIA. NVIDIA is more of the SMCI saga. Yeah, I'll look at it for you, SR, and we can go look at NVIDIA. But NVIDIA is pretty simple. It's going to be an accounting thing. It's going to be possibly a fraudulent revenues thing, if it's even true, right? I do not know if that is true. I'm going to be 100% honest with NVIDIA. I have reasons to believe it could be true, and I have reasons to believe that those things could be true with MSTR as well, as far as the connection to Bitcoin is very risky. And the person running MSTR is not someone I respect in any way. But we'll talk about that in about 3 minutes, all right? I feel like, you know, someone new comes in to the chat once a day and we talk about MSTR. How do you turn off after hours action? Look down here, you see this RTH. See RTH? Regular trading hours, extended hours. If you don't see that, then you're probably looking at a futures thing. You can't see it on futures. And that's not the correct line, just so you're aware. If you're looking at like Bitcoin, you can't really do it with Bitcoin either. So you'd have to be looking at a regular stock like this. 2 minutes. You know the stock is going up. It is, sorry, I couldn't see the is. Is it a good idea to buy 50 contracts of SPY at the 600 call?
I mean, I don't think that would be a bad level to take, just that is the extreme call wall. I would more so be just going, you never know for sure that the thing is going up. I would always just get in the attitude of saying, like, this is a high probable move. That way you're not like, it has to get there. That's one. Two, it depends on your expiration too. Like, Drew, what expiration are you thinking? I mean, if you're saying this has to get to 600 by Monday, that's going to be a little bit scary, because what if we just go like this and then it needs to buy more time, the 2 hour crosses, sorry, this is the Qs, I know you're talking about SPY, and then it goes to 600. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I am saying? Still going, Justin. Still going. I told you guys I told you guys a couple days ago, I donated some extra time for Friday. I will be having to hop off soon. My brother is leaving today, so I want to see him for a little bit. No bathroom breaks. Well, I took a 15-minute break earlier. Thank you so much for the $5. Microsoft will check that in, give me 50 seconds. We just see the confirmation of this bar, and this was the only one actually confirming. So in 42 seconds, we can go click through the indices and see if the 2 hours is saying the most likely thing is to head down from here. Most likely with the wick pressure, even if that did confirm, it would be a sketchy signal, but we'll take it into consideration. 2 hour candle turning around on Tesla. Yeah, it doesn't mean everything's safe. I'm just looking at the general cues, going to look at the indices, because that can tell me a lot on how this could end up being a higher low for the 30-minute. See, now you guys, staying on a little bit longer, you guys get to see what I'm paying attention to. This is the most important thing, I think, to pay attention to now. And then I'll go look at Microsoft, weirdly enough, Justin. So I will go look at that. Yeah, then thanks guys for showing up. See how that's crossing now? But if it's on a green bar, we'll see what happens. So now we got to pay attention to that. No crossing here. No crossing here. No crossing here, just in case. Okay. So Microsoft, now that we haven't crossed, I can really pay attention to this. And if this starts to move in the upward direction, I don't mind this signal. I think it's deep, so I did say an hourly looks more clear. I like this hourly signal from Microsoft. That's all I want to tell you. Right? That's all I want to tell you, because I don't want it to be confusing. I want you to understand that this is a big drop. There's always risk of it continuing. But if we can confirm this up, and you know how to manage risk, Justin, hey, it's not a bad look for an hourly chart. And that overall means we could, hourly chart more so means from my back testing that we could see a 4 hour move higher. Where's the 4 hour? It's right by positive territory. If that crossed up, wouldn't that first bar be positive? So you got to see if these things produce. You got to be managing risk. But that's what I see it. I don't mind this look at all. If that hourly can confirm up, I feel pretty good about it. You have tried to stabilize this base. I don't think it's as stable as it could be. You're not going positive yet, but we'll see if some buying can come in. 30-minute would be a good first indication. Then if the hourly follows, decisions to be made. All right, who else was it? SR, I'm going to get to you real quick. I'm going to go look at MSTR for a moment here. I don't even keep it on my watch list. MicroStrategy. All right, now this doesn't mean that you can't trade the stock, guys. I have my own personal reasons why I won't trade this stock, or if I do, I will make sure to sell pretty early. I will just take their money in some way. For now, you have the potential to be building a continuation triangle. I think you could really easily see that, but we also have the potential that this is a base. And the important part here is, what are you really doing? Well, you're doing what a lot of stocks are doing right now. You're kind of doing something to create a base, and you're looking for that to break in some way. So if we keep it very simple, we can just draw a little triangle up and be like, hey, okay, which way does that break? Does it break down? Does it break up? Right now, you're still making the move down, so you'd more so want to maybe knock off. See how the buying pressure came in here? So you'd more so maybe put like a line right here and say, there's my triangle. Now this could leak out for some time, but if it breaks up, hey, potential for good. Breaks down, potential for bad on the 2 hour chart. If you look at the daily though, that is by the center line. So the most simple thing I could do is just realize, hey, I didn't really have divergence for complete reversal up there. We don't have to have it. You're getting the lower highs. But if this is going down to the 50 and going to see a reaction, wouldn't that curl up into positive territory? This is where, if you're trading MSTR, I would highly suggest paying attention to Bitcoin. Highly suggest paying attention to Bitcoin. I'm probably just never going to trade MSTR. I don't trust it, even though it could see great moves. So the reason we want to watch Bitcoin is because the whole reason that this stock is even worth what it's worth right now is because of Bitcoin. So Bitcoin, what are we doing here? Well, you do have some bad things that can happen for Bitcoin. And we just showed how GME looks pretty good. And what do we notice from GME? Whenever GME sees that rapid upward move, pretty much whenever Roaring Kitty tweets, what happens to Bitcoin? Bad things, right? So what happened the next day after that? Bad things. So this here is what you're looking for. You're looking for that daily to confirm up. Keep it pretty simple. If you get a 4-hour divergence, that's right, 4-hour is important for Bitcoin. If the 4-hour can turn up and go positive, that's going to be important. That could signal, hey, this is a higher low, slightly higher low, bigger higher low. Do we get a good move to create another one? That's what I'd be looking for. And then just know, if that's positive for Bitcoin, it's potentially positive for MSTR. I just would not put it past that CEO to rug pull anyone, so be careful. For this, I mean, there's probably a ton of different things, and this would be considered a continuation, right? You would more so consider this a continuation triangle. But because the market really looks like it might want to bounce and you're at the 50, that's why I'm bringing up the actual bullish signal. This is more continuation to potentially do another bad thing. Right? Someone was talking about counts. Well, you could say 1, 2 in some way. Where's the 3? Right? Where's the 3? And you are confirmed down. That's not a good sign. You're below all the moving averages. You need that to change. And then if that's not just going to be a retest and fail, and you do some kind of little head and shoulders in here or something, I don't know, then you need the daily to confirm up. So the actual bullish signal is just, hey, do I get daily confirmation? And then we head up towards maybe 600. You know? I would be paying attention to lower highs in here for sure. But that's kind of how I see MSTR. Wait, did someone ding in my ear? Oh, no, that was Justin. Okay. Thank you so much, Justin, for the $5. PayPal should be crashing from the honey scam. Bro, you actually read into that. Oh my goodness. I saw that too. 2-hour didn't confirm. It's trying to confirm now. That's true, Monk. They could realize it into the end of the year. You're right. We could see some bad things for a little bit of time. Wasn't there another chart that someone wanted to look at? I thought there was one more chart that I was supposed to look at. NVIDIA. Yeah, let's go look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is a lot different story. MSTR is more about just their business, I don't think is good. The only reason they're profitable is Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin drops, it drops. And Michael Saylor was one of the biggest scammers, the biggest frauds in the 2000 bubble. Right now we have potential to grow even more so into a bubble over the next month. So I'm going to be very skeptical of that stock. Man, Ari's booming up there. So what we were looking for were the retests. We're getting the retest here for the 2-hour actually did cross. That's a little bit worse, right? But it's in positive territory, so I'm not that scared of it. So if the 30-minute just wants to turn back up, I'm more so going to lean towards the bullish trade because we're holding 135. All right, we're testing the breakout area very cleanly here for NVIDIA. Now, when you want to watch out is if we see this and then it fails. Right? If we see this and then it fails and you get a clean divergence up here, that's when we'll say, hey, watch for a 2-hour to turn down. Right? We don't necessarily have those signals right now. It can easily continue though. You do have a weakness signal. So the 30-minute has not confirmed. The 2-hour has. So that's technically bearish. But if the 30-minute whips back up, 2 hours still positive, I would look for us if we're taking back the 5-day moving average. The difference with NVIDIA is I've just seen a lot of people smarter than me talk about the revenues and talk very seriously about them and say they're using future projected revenues as real revenue, and that is extremely fraudulent. That is something that is very bad to do. Is the selling going to continue? As of right now, you have no inclination that it's not going to continue, right? You have some on 5-minute charts. They're just starting to try to go positive. As of now, you're closing below the 5-day moving average. As of now, the 30-minute is pointing down. As of now, the 2-hour is really close to crossing. So that's why right now is a pivotal point. If you're seeing if things are going to crash down on Monday, it is way less likely. It is way less likely for stocks to crash down if the 30-minute does that or does this by end of day. This is the most likely place to land by the end of the day. That doesn't have to happen, right? These are just percentage chance things. Celsius, let's go look at that. I think Maurice has asked about Celsius like 5 times this week, and I still forget to look at it. So there you go, 30-minute. This is a lot different than if it was going this way and flagging, right? This is a lot different, okay? So what we're noticing is we're making these points. This could be all tapering. This could be all to make a strong base. And if that 30-minute curls up, what could happen? Hey, that 2-hour might not cross down. So we want to be aware of 2 things, right? This is doing, again, another stock doing it. Smaller move on the second one. Do we coil up? This could be a triangle. Continuation or a base. That's what we have to figure out. Now, the last time you made a base, it was very clean for Celsius. Boom, 2-hour. Boom. Boom, very clean. This doesn't look as clean yet, so maybe we do dip down a little bit, and then you see it very clean. Very clean, just like over here. This is what you're looking for. Now, if we're not going to show any of that, we're going to reject here. Awesome, you might see these highs, this trend between the 2 highs here taken out, and you're probably going to see this 30-minute curl up and be able to get past this high. Now, when we get past that high, you're most likely going to retest, and then you might see the measured move of this, you would say, triple bottom. So you have a double top or a triple bottom. That's kind of what it looks like to me, even though the double top's a little shorter. Yeah, I appreciate it, Maurice. I'm sorry. I think I saw someone mention Celsius a few times over the last few days, and every time I'm like, when I see it, I'm like, all right, I'm going to go over that next. And then I read chat again, and I'm like, oh, shit. So I feel bad about that. But there you go. NVIDIA CEO has a history of shadiness. Well, the NVIDIA CEO has sold stock all year long. Not one buy order. I showed it. I showed it in the SEC filings. You can go look. You can type in his name. Yeah, tell us the shadiness. Let's get the tea. You know what I'm saying? Love Island Australia is over, so give me some tea. RGTI, I do. This is one that I shouted out. When did I shout it out? Like a week or so ago? Yeah, I think it was, I was looking for pullback. I can't remember when this was, but I do like this. I just really wanted the daily pullback first. I should have went with the 30-minute or 2-hour signal. This one and IonQ, I really like. No, I hate M. I don't hate M. I think M is very toxic femininity and like annoying, but I don't hate her. That's really random. We're talking about reality TV now, but no, I like, I don't know who to like. There's just so many people to hate in this season. Even if 30 minutes confirm up, the weeklies are looking terrible. Yes, and so with weeklies, we have to understand if this is a good confirmation, an average confirmation, or a bad confirmation. Okay? A bad confirmation would be we close positive and above the 9. That would be a bad confirmation here, right? A good confirmation would be we sell off the rest of the day. This is red and it's below the 9. That would be a good confirmation. An average confirmation would be we close positive but below the 9-day moving average. That's kind of where it gets 50-50. So you're kind of hoping for a decision today, in my opinion. What do I think of quantum computing? I think it's dope. I've looked into it a little bit. I can't speak too much on it. I haven't researched it enough, but me and my brother were talking a lot about it. I think it's very, very cool. Now, I would say this with AI and quantum computing. I think we're pretty much digging our own grave as human beings. Like, genuinely. The psychology side, the, like, sociology side, I'm like, yeah, it's probably not a smart move to create robots that can do everything better than us and then make them realize that maybe we are hurting the planet or something, and then they all turn. Better yet, my brother would be a better one to ask the question. He's a, computer science engineer, computer science major, whatever. He was in charge of a whole team at Koch Industries for like 7 years. Yeah, Morganizer. I like that. Morganizer. I like that. I think that's an interesting statement. I've kind of never thought of it that way. Knowledge. What's that guy named? Ty, whatever. VIX is predicting an update Monday or Tuesday. Good job. Yep. Above by 10%. Up by 10%. I mean, if we really look at it for the week, what do we have? We have an inside trading week as well. So if you really wanted to see this break down, we need to see a negative bar here. And then we have to still take into consideration that's inside trading. So you could consolidate further even. Still 20-year. Yeah, I'm more talking about the 100-year trend. I'm not saying right now, like we're early stages and we're probably going to go through some turmoil that kind of sets it back a little bit. But like, I don't think rich people understand that like economies are run by individual people, and if all of them don't have jobs, how are they going to buy product? Oh yeah. QUBT. Yeah, we've looked at this a few times. QBet. Sorry, we're on weekly charts. For this one, ooh, I don't like this look at all. That looks like the second drop is coming. Is this a 30-minute? No, it's too difficult. Maybe an hourly is more clear. No, not really. I mean, it kind of is, but kind of isn't. I don't like that look for this one. Mainly just because, like, look how controlled. I mean, it's really just kind of sitting in these areas. And I think anytime this crosses through here, you might just see that A, B, C play out. I don't like that. If the 2-hour can actually confirm up, I mean, technically higher lows. So you can look at it positively as well and just say, hey, what do we need to do? We probably need to break through here. Maybe there's some kind of cup and handling happening, right? So 2-hour confirmation would give you a lot more to go off of. SPY approaching VWAP. Uh-oh. IWM? Tina down 5%. That's wild. My wife's down here. Hold on. Hey, that's awesome, organizer. I like the first statement you say caught my attention. Suri, what do you do in the AI space? I want to know. Well, hey, that's kind of cool. Sorry, guys, my wife was down here, so I was just like looking at signals quietly. That's actually really cool, though. Okay, that's what we need to watch for 2 hours here. So pretty much the next 2 hours, we got to see if this thing can build up. That's a big gap. Siri answered. Sorry, Courtney. Didn't mean to mess up all the tech in your house. How's your Christmas? You sound pretty rested today. You stuff it. You stuff it, you dirty dog angel. You stuff that. You stuff that. You stuff it. There might be another little Lucas in 9 months. No, you guys, that's dirty. You guys are gross. Sorry, I like to joke around, and God, I don't have a filter. But no, I did have a fantastic Christmas. I got the main thing was, you know, Christmas is more about our daughter now, and she got a bunch of cool stuff, and she's just playing with all of it all day, and it's so awesome to see. Is there any reason? Well, that is going to seem, I would say, escalated, because most stocks, I mean, with the breadth we had in these type of moves, and most stocks were already down, okay? But obviously this big gap down, if it goes across the whole market, you'll see this thing come down. But it could be profit taking in the end of the year. It could be still a reaction from the bad thing that happened in the past. It could be a lot of things. But I haven't even looked into news. Genuinely, I've been just having fun looking at stuff with you guys. And I've been just paying attention to what we were paying attention to. Something really bad happened and we were paying attention to right here, and it went there. So SPY, something really bad happened and we were paying attention to right here, and you know, something bad happened again. So less about trying to figure out why things are going down, more just paying attention to, hey, I'm going to probably see this react in this way. That's what the probabilities say. That's what this look gives me on my indicators. And then afterwards, they're going to be like, oh, it's Jerome Powell or whatever. And I didn't hear as much bad things that caused it. Like, I really didn't. Just me being genuine, I did not think that speech was absolutely terrible. And in the speech, he even said we clearly avoided recession. So I think that they look for these moments to use as an excuse to push markets higher, or push markets lower, or to maybe sell things off to get money to pay for certain illegal problems that they're doing. AMC GME. Sorry. But you know, if you want news, you're just, no offense, you're just probably talking to the wrong guy. I used to pay attention to news all the time. Now I just watch charts, and my trading got a lot better. But if you're someone who likes to be in tune with the news, come in and tell us the news, right? We encourage people to come in and tell us stuff. They did cut the rates in half. They were very mad about that, but don't you worry, there's an emergency cut coming very soon. Don't you worry. Don't worry. They cut rates again and stocks plummeted. So probably going to get an emerge. That's why I'm paying attention to FOMC in mid-January. More about options. Exactly. Wasn't that on OpX? Like, pretty much. It was on the week of the big options expiration. So I'm not convinced that the reason that they tell us that things move up and down are the actual reasons they move up and down. But I will sit there and look at the chart and say, hey, they're about to make up a reason. That's kind of how I think about markets these days. Because most likely, if they're talking about it, it's probably already in the price. Who said that phrasing? Someone said the best phrasing. I think I watched an FX Evolution, if you guys ever watched him. Drone Black Swan event. Distraction. Yeah, I called that out as a distraction plenty of times. But who is it? FX Evolution. I think he said, if it's in the press, it's in the price. And I love that statement. I watched one of his videos over the last month, and I heard him say that, and I was like, God, that is so good. Yeah, Richard's got it. If it's in the press, it's in the price. Yeah. So now they're like, oh, market tanks. Oh, everyone thinks it's Jerome Powell talking. Okay, cool. Now they can just say, hey, yeah, they were upset with Jerome Powell. Now it's priced in. But everyone gets bearish once it's priced in, and then it moves up. I watched like 10 different channels on YouTube. This one's clearly the best. Hey, I appreciate that. I hope I continue to be helpful, right? Not claiming I'm going to be right all the time. I'm just more like, hey, if I can teach you guys how I see things, we're going to be, you know, right more than wrong. And then we will sit there and be like, hey, as long as we're managing risk, when we're wrong, we don't have to be hurt too much, right? I still think we're going to go to all-time highs by January. Like, not by January 1st. I'm saying like in January. That's just my thinking. I don't have anything to prove that right now, but that's how I see these things moving. And if things prove it, then I'll put money behind it. January is a tricky month, but the last time Trump got in, January, I think, kind of liked small caps. At least I'm pretty sure. I gotta double check, but where the hell is 2016? Look at this. 2020. Let's see. 2020. Look, after he gets in, November 2020, we start to trickle up. Now it's behaving a lot differently now. December, January, then you start to run into problems. Well, let's see. November, big move up, big give up. And then do we see that positivity? That's what I'm looking for. This is bad, by the way. This is awful. That's a bad look. So we're really thinking it's going to contradict this weekly signal, but we'll find out. Oh, shoot, I did 2020. Okay, sorry, Biden and COVID. Yeah, I looked at the wrong thing. Let's go. Let me go check again. My bad. I'm sorry, I just blatantly saw this big dip and I was like, oh, yeah, I just got distracted. That's COVID for sure, huh? Yeah. Where the hell is 2016? February, January. So actually January's bad. Okay, January was kind of bad for it. I take back my statement. December was good, saw the fall off. Ooh. Saw the fall off. And then February it started to really recover. So maybe we should pay attention. I'll look into that for the Saturday video. Yo, thank you for correcting me, because that almost like totally printed in my brain, and that would have been bad. Yeah, that's true, Greg. But that might be the sell the news type thing or something. I don't know. Or maybe we sell off because of that, and then we bottom near January 20th. That would be interesting. Helps me know when to take or exit some positions. And sometimes we talk about that a lot on Saturdays. Right now, it's kind of like the dollar and the 10-year move together very, very well. Both of them showing reversal signals. So if these both come down, technically that should be good things for the market. I'm just worried about a big rate cut. I just think the point we're at right now is like, bond people at least pushing this up, we're kind of really focusing on inflation and not understanding like, hey, there's really high potential for recession in 2025, even though Jerome Powell said there's not, there is. So that would mean that all of this push up is just leading us into that recession probably even faster. That's how I see it. But yeah, dollar and the 10-year have been moving in tandem for a while now. Very cool. I think it's cool. All right, VIX. Nothing. SPY. Not yet. Hey, good stuff. I want to see this seeing positivity. That really needs to break out. Very tricky month to predict. I get it right half the time. Well, hey. I'll tell you what, 50% of the time it works every time. Yeah, tariffs, I don't think people realize, like, tariffs can be a great thing for you as a citizen. If they actually, like, here's the thing. If in 10 years they actually figure out the tariffs, you could have no income tax. I'm dead, like, that's how we used to operate. So it's just tariffs might cause some trouble, especially with negotiations and figuring out what stuff we can produce, can't produce, versus what stuff we need to import. There's a lot of things that smarter people than me have to figure out. And I'm kind of glad I'm not in that position, to be honest, because millions and millions and millions of people, you know, depend on that. So their lives can be affected by that. As Jerome Powell would say, I understand that our decisions affect communities and people alike. Right? It is helpful though, Misty. I highly encourage people to start to look at daily and weekly and monthly charts for big things like 10-year, TLT, VIX, dollar. You can even probably do the JPY versus dollar. Look into that. I need to do that more. I genuinely, that's something I'll take accountability for. I need to look at that even more. I need to truly understand that better. Last couple of weeks, when the bond market and the 10-year spiked today, the market sold off. Yes, they actually seem to be reacting to the yields. Now, Misty, you're bringing up a good thing up there in your previous comment. The thing that we point out is we called the bottom in the dollar early, and then we know that the dollar bottoms before the market tops. We actually called a bottom for the dollar here. And we talked about UUP. You guys remember when we were talking about UUP right here? Because UUP is what you can trade. This is where we were talking about it. It gave us great signals, same as over here, right here, and then this one made an even better one right there. So it is good. Yeah. Okay, Morgan, you got a good head around it. That's awesome. Watching currencies is interesting. But a lot of the time, if you know that the dollar and, you know, these yields are working in tandem, you can trade this stuff. You know what I mean? It's like this stuff usually is not as crazy as the market. It has less options in it most of the time. It has more money in it, right? The bond market has more money in it. Sometimes I just join little live chats and I hear people talk about the dollar and they're like, I hate the dollar. And I'll just comment and be like, really? What'd you use to buy groceries this week? Just like that. Now, the tricky thing with the dollar is you have a period of time where the daily could take a pullback, but you also are in a period of time where this thing is close to crossing up. So you want that rally. This probably can't cross up this month. So you're looking at if the dollar needs to drop off like fucking now. Sorry for cursing. That's how the United States government used to work back before someone got to correct me, 1914. I think it was 1914. You had like I'm not going to get this 100%. History is not my strong point, but I believe it was a 2%, maybe 2% flat tax. Or maybe 1914 was when they actually took it straight out of your check. I think that was it. But either way, we used to do tariffs, and then you would only get taxed during wartime. But now I think everything's so much more expensive. We have more expensive healthcare that it will be more complicated. But I'll maybe show you guys a video. Someone, like I said, people with more time that don't have to look at charts and things like that can go figure out the math. But I did watch a video of a guy breaking it down, and he was like, if everything went smoothly, and then we figured out the negotiation period and we gave like a flat, a flat tariff of 25% to every single country, no matter who you are, then we now have no income tax. Go to Japan. Japan has been protected by us since like what, 1940 or something like that. And I don't think they've really paid us like ever. So it's just, it's a good thing to help countries. I'm not saying it is a bad thing, but I'm also saying once those countries are fine, which no one's fine because of our debt system technically, but I'm just saying Yes. I think it was like 1945. I think it was right after World War II. Like I said, not a history guru, but yes, we have had soldiers or whatever in Japan for almost 100 years. Yeah, like I said, terrible at dates, all that stuff. So I'm sorry, Insane. You're going to have to correct me. I'm fine with you correcting me on dates because, yeah. And we got the Fed. Yeah, okay, so I think it was 19, I thought it was 1914, but we also got the Fed. Taxes in 1930, Japan has been protected. We have been, Japan has been protecting Japan since 1945. But yeah, like talking about things is this stuff's fun, it's great, but like it doesn't necessarily help us, but it helps us understand like where Trump could go in with leverage, right? If you're going into a negotiation, even for a car, you probably want some leverage, right? So what we're paying attention to and what we're talking about right here is a way to have leverage. Be like, look, we've had soldiers there. We've been protecting this community for a long time. So we're down to keep doing it, but we might have to charge you a tariff. Okay, let me look at this. Read the book, The Creature from Jekyll Island. I'll look it up. And like I said, I'm not trying to get into politics right now. I'm not trying to talk about it. Like, I am not a historian in any way. Those are not the type of stuff I read. It's just, I like fun facts and I like to research things at random times. And that's something I was looking into. I was like, where could Trump get leverage? And I started to look into some stuff and I was like, oh, there's some with Japan. There's probably some with China he could get. There's probably a little bit with Russia he could get in some way. Really, if you look at every country, you could probably find something. And I think that's their job, right? A second look at the Federal Reserve, The Creature from Jekyll Island. Is this at like Barnes & Noble or something? I might go give it a few page read or something. Bought the dip again today on NVIDIA, SoFi, and AMD. Not trusting any of these sell-offs until the inauguration. I don't think that's bad. Yeah, I don't think that's bad. And we were paying attention to higher low as well. So yeah, you're just thinking calm, right? These big moves can really freak people out. All you have to do is be like, all right, is this 30-minute curling down? Probably some positivity. If it curls back up, probably some negativity. All right, cool, basic. 30-minute looks like it's going to curl down into negative territory for VVIX, which means it might even take out these lows down here. Takes out those lows down here. Do you think the market probably goes higher than where it was? If we take out these lows down here for volatility, you think we go higher than where the market was or lower? And I just think we have a time where it could be higher. Haven't gotten 30-minute confirmation yet, so we still got to be where. It's everywhere. All places books are sold. Maybe I'll go look right now. Okay, but I'm going way over time, guys, right now. I'm going way over time. My wife actually made fun of me just now because she's mad. She's not mad. We're those people that are quote unquote mad at each other, right? We argue and laugh while we're arguing, you know. But I just wanted to tell you guys, thank you so much for being here. Like, I do have to hop off. I genuinely have to. I wish I could watch it all the way to the close with you guys. I really, really do. That day nailed all my scalps. I also had 4 put contracts that opened this week that I cashed out today. Hey, that's great, Brian. Tell us your wins. That's awesome. Soxel for the semiconductor leveraged ETF. Well, I would just be looking at SOX in general, right? And then I'd be making an assessment on what Soxel would do, right? Soxel, you know. That's a long one. Yeah, that's long, not SOX. Sorry, SOXL. So if this 30-minute curls up, then most likely this long ETF is going to curl up and you're reacting off the 5. So it's moving pretty in tandem right now. I do think, let me just pull up this so we get the right things. I just don't want to do it on there because you see the chart had to adjust. So I do think that you're at a very interesting point for semiconductors. And Stiflers, thank you so much for the $5 for my extra time. I do appreciate that. Maybe I'll go buy that book. But yeah, something interesting here is like, are we going to break out or are we going to fall? And that's something very interesting I want to see that's going to play out. I want to look at it on weekly charts and just show, look at this. Like if you're thinking that everything has to crash down, give it a few weeks, all right? Because if this thing curls up, yeah, the SOXL might give you the same signal, right? But notice it's deeper. That's why we're paying attention to the actual ETF. I would highly encourage, if you're doing anything leveraged, make sure you're looking at the actual ETF that doesn't have leverage. But just note that weekly curling up. And look at this, once again, another continuation triangle on the weekly though. So see if that's able to break to the upside. But I'd be looking at SOX itself. I would be looking at this. This is what I would be looking at. If that can curl up into positive territory, you're already seeing it try from the RSI. You see how the RSI is giving you the same thing, kind of this like wedge, this like triangle thing. So I think you just need another week or so, and then you'll be able to make a decision on the weekly. On the daily side of things, a little bit wonky. If that turns down, bad things can happen. So to be up even $4 is profit. Hey, that's kind of facts. I mean, I don't think Bitcoin looks like it's gone yet. I'm just aware that that looks like a little tiny head and shoulders. But I'm just not overly bearish on it. I'm really not. I think this 4 hours just trying to curl up here. If it starts to break these lows, that's when I'd be like, all right, maybe not. But right now, if this 4 hours just goes like that, sick. Like, cool. But thank you again so much, Stiflers, for the $5 for staying a little bit extra. But we'll just so you guys know, those courses, obviously, you can see the freaking sign-ups and Christmas sale for the 90% off. If you guys want to check those out, their links are down in the description. Just remember, on Patreon, we're putting out new weekly expected moves on Sunday. We got monthly expected moves coming out next week, all right? So it's a great time every single end of the month, every month. I always say, it's a great time to test it out, right? It's not something you're locked into. You can pay $7, try it for a month. If you don't think it really helped you out during that month, okay, awesome. But I also do an update video every single week. So we did put out an update video actually yesterday. I think we did a little bit of 2 of them, and then I said and then we put out a video saying thank you guys for being a part of the Patreon, right? We said thank you and Merry Christmas. I want to make sure at the end of the day, we're all humans, and I think it's important to say thank you so much for helping support me and my family. I think that's fantastic. Maybe I can get off of the marketing gig very, very soon. We're getting close. 10K is a very good goal, and that's one step closer to maybe more live streams this long. Graph, what are you asking? How often do you day trade and send signals? So I don't day trade. That's very key. So I do send out signals that I see as good, but more so we try to touch on that in the weekly update video. So the update video could be on Monday. It could be on Thursday, right? It just depends on what the signals look like. But I am not a day trader. I have day traded. My skill is more so about position trading, catching a move for a week or 2 weeks or something like that. That's more my style, just so you are informed to make sure it's a good fit for you. Take the course, super helpful, no joke. Now I'm making money, not losing 60% of the time. Hey, that's great, Justin. I'm glad, because when you first came in here, you know, you're asking a bunch of questions, then you took that course, and honestly, now the stocks you're showing me have good setups every time, and I think you're paying attention to the right thing. MACD settings, just so you're aware, we do pull this up in the course, but if you want MACD settings, click on here. Look at the inputs. It's just basic, 12, 26, close, 9. I'm pretty much a girl eating a Chick-fil-A with her Starbucks over here with my MACD. Pretty basic. Probably go to Target with this MACD, you know. Got me into it, and I can't complain. Hey, that's awesome, the graph. Hey, come back on Monday, guys. I know we have plenty of stuff to talk about. If we have a collapse or civil war, oof, man, dude. Yeah, well, maybe that's a topic to talk about next week. I'm down to do it. Hey, thank you so much for donating. Oh, you want me to look at SGD chart again, Suri? You want me to look at SGD? No, I'm just kidding. Thank you, Suri. I really appreciate it. Bitcoin did reach their weekly trend line at 108K. They hit that 3 times going back to 2. I'm still wondering if it's going to make the move to here. Sorry, I know we keep adding time to this. I just want to see if this daily curls up, because I think if you go ballistic, 128.9K, 129K was like the measured move that I mapped out. I thought we would hit that in like 2026. I thought we'd throw up a little bit harder and then end up doing this over a longer period of time, right? See that up more towards the end of 2025 or 2020 or something like that. But hey, it's remaining pretty good, so we'll see. For Tina, still just looking for if that 30-minute can fully confirm. Notice that it's kind of struggling at this moment. So just looking for a lot of confirmations on 30-minute charts. And I do have to turn the stream off right away. I'm sorry to do it to you guys, but I got to get out of here. So thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you guys for the donations today. Hey, big shout out to everyone who donated today. That's awesome, and I do appreciate it. And I will make sure to get my wife a pedicure for you guys, so that, because, you know, happy wife, happy life. All right, guys, VIX falling fast. We'll pay attention to it. If I see anything interesting, make sure to tune in for the Saturday video for a little update on how things are looking on the bigger scale. Maybe we can read into 2025 a little bit. And on Sunday, make sure you're here for Sunday, because we're going to have new weekly expected moves for you. New purple lines where we can save ourselves from big traps. All right. So thank you guys so much. Have a great day. Say hello to the family, and I hope all of you had a Merry Christmas. Peace out. I'm going to look real quick because someone said AMD. AMD, not bad. AMD actually held more bullish than other things. Sorry, I just want to look last thing. You guys, you can't keep chatting. My ADHD is taking over. Pretty good head and shoulders, though. I like it. There you go. Daily's turning up, too. Pretty good. All right, guys, I'm taking off. Peace out. Have a great day.